मलाई येल्लो देखाइदियो 20 मा त्यसो थाहा भइहाल्छ मलाई मेरो केसमा मात्र गरिदियो कि 20 मा होइन तर येल्लो मलाई देखाएन मलाई थाहा हुन्छ कि 20 त्यति पुग्दैन त्यति ग्यारेन्टी पुग्यो भने हुन्छ ब्याग जान चाहिँ टाइम लाग्दो रहेछ ओके लाग्दो रहेछ यहाँ बस्नुपर्छ होइन केमा ट्रिनिटी भेट भएको थियो नि त हाम्रो ट्रिनिटीमा हो त्यति बेलै हो दाइले अहिले अपरेसन्सहरू गर्दैछ सुरु गर्छन् अब चाँडै फर्किन्छ मार्चकै एन्डमा फर्किनु भयो तर यस्तो उता चाहिँ के पोलिसिजहरू गर्नुपर्छ नि नेपाल जस्तो हुँदैन त्यही भएर जस्तो म्याड हनी लान खोज्नु भएको थियो म्याड हनी मिल्दैन रहेछ कि उता ल्याब स्याब के फलान डिस्कान टेस्ट गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त्योहरू हुन्छ अलिकति फाइन ट्युन गर्न मात्र बाँकी तर अहिलेको लागि चाहिँ मैले होस्टिङरहरू गरेर आउँछु तर डिफ्रेन्ट होस्टहरू छ मेरो चाहिँ त्यो होस्टिङरमा छ नेपाली होस्टै गर्दैन मैले नेपाली होस्टिङहरू चाहिँ युज गरेर आउँदैन कि होइन नेपाली वेबसाइटको लागि गरेर तिमीले बाहिरको होस्टिङ गरेर होस्ट गर्न मिलिहाल्यो नि तिमीलाई होइन कहाँ पर्छ तिमीलाई जस्तो कि होस्टिङ गरेर किन्यो भने तिमीले लगभग $150 जस्तोमा तिमीले 4 वर्षको प्लान पाउँछौ हो अनि मजाले 10-15 मजाले मिल्छ क्या होस्ट गर्न अनि त रिन्युवल महँगो हुन्छ 3 वर्षमा तिमी लगभग 3-4 हजार 5 हजार चार्ज गर न एउटा वेबसाइटमा पनि त्यो रेटमा गर अनि तिमीले किनभने सर्भिस पनि दिएर हुन्छ नि त होइन तपाईँ होस्टिङमा जानु आफै म्यानेज गर्नु बरु मै होस्ट गरेर मै आफै म्यानेज गरिदिन्छु भन्न पनि पाएँ कि अर्को तिमीले भनेको चाहिँ एक्स क्लाउडमा पनि गर्न चाहिँ सक्छौ एक्स क्लाउडले चाहिँ यो के गर्छ भन्दाखेरि यो सर्भर किन्यो कन्टाबोहरू किन्यो अनि मजाले क्लाउड बेस त्यो त म्यानेज भयो उनीहरूकोबाट सर्भिस तर यसमा चाहिँ फुल्ली आफैले म्यानेज गर्ने हो क्या एक्स क्लाउडहरू हो लाइभ गर्न
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Taliju Hall. We have an exciting lineup of speakers who are experts in the field today, and I can't wait for you to hear from them. To kick things off, we have someone who knows WordPress inside and out. Our first speaker for Taliju Hall, Mr. Nabin Jaiswal. As a Chief Product Officer at Codewing Solutions, he plays a crucial role in shaping WordPress products that serve thousands of people worldwide. His deep understanding of product development combined with a keen focus of customer needs, he has become the leader here at WordPress community. Today, he's here to share 5 proven strategies to skyrocket your WordPress revenue. So please help me welcome on stage Mr. Naveen Jaiswal.
Okay, can we get the slider on the screen? Okay. Let's get this started. I welcome you all to this presentation. In this presentation, I'm going to talk about something that I have actually implemented in my business, and that has brought us good number of sales and revenue. I'm going to share how I have done it on my business, how you can get it started, and how you can also get the same kind of results that we are getting. In the end, I'll also share some of the tools that we are using, which I am not affiliated to. So, without any further delay, let's get started. The topic of my presentation today is 5 powerful strategies to skyrocket your WordPress revenue. Discover how small changes can make an impactful on your revenue. In this talk, I'm going to talk about the power of exit intent, the impact of strategic newsletter, and why you should focus on newsletters, the cart recovery blueprint, how cart recovery can actually help you recover some of the lost sales. Then we'll talk about how you can strategically upsell your pro product in the free version. Then we'll talk about one of the essential part, which is experimenting with your pricing that can actually help you earn more money. Before we dive into the presentations, here are a few things about me. So I have been working in the WordPress industry for the last 7 years. I have built and scaled up multiple products that has been used by thousands of customers globally. I believe I have a fair good understanding when it comes to product management, email marketing, and customer support. In fact, in 2023 Wordcamp Kathmandu, I even spoke about email marketing. And I have also spoken at few Wordcamp events in the past. Now, before we diving into the actual thing, like what are the things that we have done and how you can easily implement those things, let me share a short story about how it got started. So, in our company, at the end of each month, my brother Roshan and I sit together to analyze our sales data. Now we were surprised when we saw that one of our high performing product was no longer growing. As our team was expanding, we knew that we need to do something to grow our revenue. I read it once online. If you want to improve something, you need to measure it. And that statement stuck with me since then. Then we took a deeper dive into our data to see what was actually working and what wasn't. Then my brother Roshan told me, Naveen, let's look at what are the quick hacks that we can implement to quickly boost our revenue. And then I started my research. After extensive reading of lots of articles, watching tons of tutorials, and analyzing some of the competitors' website, I experimented with lots of things to grow our business. And out of those techniques, I'm going to talk about 5 topics that has actually helped us to bring more revenue as well as the sales. And this is something that today in the audience, anyone can implement right from today. So let's dive into our first topic, which is the power of exit intent, which I would like to summarize as converting goodbyes into hello. Anybody in the audience who knows about exit intent, please raise your hands or have used exit intent. So I can see one hands. Okay. So for those who don't know what the exit intent is, basically it's an technology that detects the customer behaviors, and based on that customer behavior, it prompts a custom tailored message or offering when the customers try to leave your website. So one of the technique we implemented is this exit intent. On our website, we have an app that helps us analyze the customer's behavior anonymously. So we started tracking what are the things that our customers are doing. So we track how many customers actually visited to the sales page, then went to the checkout page and actually converted into an actual pro customers. When we analyze those data, we're surprised to see that the conversion was pretty low. And this was the time, these insights help us to understand that, hey, this is something that we need to optimize, because people were showing interest by going on the sales page, adding our product to the cart, but not actually completing the purchase. So what we did, we implemented an exit intent. Whenever the customers goes to the checkout page and try to leave the website, we show them an exit intent message with a custom message that offers them a 10% discount. Now, to our surprise, this simple hacks helps us to bring lots of conversion every single day. And here's on the screen, you can actually see. So we have two kinds of discounts that we are offering through the exit intent. One is the pro sales page discount, which shows when a customer goes to our sales page. When they scroll to certain certain height, and when they try to leave the website, they get this discount. Hey, here's a 10% discount, just complete the purchase, and then they go to the checkout page. Then finally, we have a discount of 10% even on the checkout page after the adding the product in their cart, and then when they try to leave the website. And you can see here on the pro sales page discount, we have converted around 188 customers. When it comes to checkout page, we have converted around 211 customers. And this is a one-time task, and it keeps on generating more customers. Now let's see in terms of sales figure. So if we combine this, we have made a total sales of 399, and assuming the average value is 53.10, we have easily recovered like 21,186.90. And to be honest, this is not the average value. The average value is also slightly higher. So you can understand that how powerful the exit intent is. Now, how much time does it take to implement this one? It usually takes you like, you just install the plugin and start adding the messages. So maximum 30 minutes. And the massive results that it brings is unimaginable. Now, here's an example of a plugin that you can use. So one of the plugin is Wow Opt-in that helps you to customize different kind of opt-ins, and opt-ins can create a sense of urgency. As you can see in this example, here's a save 90%. There is a clock that creates a sense of urgency, and if people want the discount, they can add their details. In the second message, you can see there's a holiday sales along with a massive 64% discount with a sense of urgency by showing the timer. This kind of messaging really works. But here's my recommendation, don't overdo it. See whether your messaging are working or not. It might have worked for us, but it might not work the same message for you. Now let's talk about strategic newsletter. And this is something very important if you are selling your products online, and it helps you to establish a relationship with your customers. Whenever customers makes a purchase on our website, they are added to a thoughtfully designed email sequence. Right from the start, when they sign up, they receive an email from our founder that brief them about our company history and provide them with the necessary guides to get it started. And this simple email helps us to establish a very good connections with the customer right from the start. Now, after 24 hours, we send them another email and ask them, hey, is there anything that you are struggling with? And to our surprise, this is the email that has brought us many responses to this date as well. The customer feels they are acknowledged. And after certain, so this is how we establish the good relation with the customers. Now, since I mentioned that we have a very good email sequence, and we analyze whether the customers has upgraded to the pro version or not. Now, if they haven't, after 7 days, we send them an email that, hey, you haven't upgraded to the pro version. Here are some of the benefits of the pro version, and here's a special 20% discount for you. Now, this email helps us to convert many of the free users to the pro customers. But we understand that not all the customers convert after seeing the first email. So what we do, we send them a follow-up email after 2 to 3 days, just sending them a reminder, hey, you haven't upgraded to the pro version, here's a 20% discount is still waiting for you. And this email helps them to nudge over the purchase and helps us to convert the free customers to the pro customers. And this is something that has worked really, really good for us. So if you are selling online anything, email marketing is something that you should focus as well. Now let me share some of the results. So here's an example. So of one of the sequence, we have lots of sequence. So this sequence was sent to 179 contacts, and out of which 15 contacts converted without doing anything. So it is an automated process. And 15 contacts converted, which is about 8.38%. Then here's an example of another campaign where the email was sent to 572 contacts, out of which 88 contacts were converted, and which is a massive, like 17% of the free customers converted to the pro customers. And again, this is just an automation. We don't have to do like every time like converting or sending them an email. So how long does it take us to configure this one? So this was configured about a couple of months ago, and roughly, if I remember, it took us like 30 minutes. What we did, we used ChatGPT, just give it a prompt, write a short and sweet email, and then we just drafted that email in our email marketing platform. So we use Brevo. It's one of the premium or most popular email marketing platform. Now, when it comes to doing the email marketing, there are some recommendations that I would like to share. The first one is always segment your audience. You want to send very customized message to your customers. You don't want to send an email to upgrade to the pro version who has already upgraded to the pro plan. So always segment your audience. This helps you to send a customized message to your audience. The next thing I would recommend is to provide value in every email. So by what this basically means is that don't always upsell. You can share some of your product updates, you can share your company history, you can share anything that actually helps your user to grow. Maybe some of the integrations that you have done with the product, or how to go to their website. This helps them to actively open your website, actively open your email campaigns, and when they do, it improves your future campaigns as well. Now again, automate your key sequence. You spend certain period of time in your automations, and this will keep on going, which is something you should definitely do. The next is again, educate your customers about your products, what are the things they are going. So one of the advantages of this is that your customers has made the purchase of the free version, but they haven't upgraded to the pro version even after sending a couple of emails. But when they see the product updates and they got to know about one of the features that you have recently released, they might be interested to upgrade to the pro version. And finally, this is something that I always highlight, always measure your results. track your campaign performance. This is a key must because you need to understand whether your campaign or the email sequence that you have drafted is working or not. If it is not working, just email doesn't convert, we send them a gentle reminder about 24 hours later. Hey, your product is the product that you have added is still in the cart. You can make the purchase. Then finally, we send a final follow-up email 3 to 5 days later, just a gentle reminder. Hey, your product is still in the cart. It is going to expire, and hurry up. And in some cases, not for the all product, in some cases we also offer a 10% or 20% discount just to give them a confidence in making the purchase. Now, when it comes to cart recovery, here's one of the recommendations: don't send too many emails in a short period of time. Or this is a very standard format, like 15 minutes, 24 hours, and 3 to 5 days, which is a standard. And the best thing about the cart recovery, any kind of plugin or app that you use, if the customers convert after the first email, the second and third email doesn't, like they never receive those emails. So it's an automated process. Now, how long does it take to implement this feature? So it's roughly around 30 minutes to an hour. And with the ChatGPT or any kind of AI tool, you can just send them give them a prompt here, write a 3 email sequence for the cart recovery for my product XYZ. Then it will easily craft. All you need to do is install the plugin, just enable it and add those email templates. It will start recovering your lost sales. Now let's look at some of the conversion we have actually done for one of our product. Now here's the dashboard, actual dashboard for one of our product. As you can see here, in the last 30 days we have recovered around $557, and in the last 90 days $4,251. And you can also see the stats, like there are 0 pending, 1 in recovery, 38 abandoned, 5 recovered. Now what I can do in the next level is that I can reach out to the customers who has actually abandoned our product to know that if there was any kind of issues. Now these stats help me to get a better understanding, like how much of the customers are actually abandoning our product and actually converting. And this is just an automation process. This take you like an hour, but the revenue that it brings, or the conversion that the sales that it recovers, is just unimaginable. And we use Easy Digital Download on our website, and for this recovery we use WP Cart Recovery plugin. There is a free version as well as the pro version. Among the many plugins that I have researched, this is one of the best plugins that I have found. Very easy to use, and you can just get it started, like I mentioned, in less than an hour. Now let's talk about strategic upselling. Now one of the goals for many of the WordPress owner or anyone who is selling is to convert as many customers as possible. And if you are selling free product, your ultimate goal is that you want those free customers to convert to the pro customers. Now what happens, what I have usually seen is that you already know Elementor, so they have some pro widgets which they promote in the free version. And here's a quick link, like there's a video playlist and a button that takes them to the sales page. Now when you are upselling certain things, here's a few recommendations that I would like to share. Okay, before we do that, here's some of the sales figures that actually give you the confidence. So for every links that we embed in our plugin, we use UTM. That helps us to actually track how many customers are coming from our free plugin to the website. So it's a campaign. So in the free plugin, we are promoting the pro add-ons, and in the I think it's a 1 year range of period, we brought around 19,000 customers, which generated from which we have around 3.61 percentage conversion. Then from the dashboard itself, we also had approximately 10,000 customers visited to our website for the like to know more about our pro add-ons, and we had a conversion around 8.49%. And this figure is, some figures are in like 5 digit, some are in 4 digits, and like this is something that you should definitely do. How long does it take? Like when you are updating a product, just add the message, and this should be a core of any free plugins. Now here are a few recommendations that I would like to share when you are doing any kind of upselling in your products. Highlight the benefits, not the feature. People relate with the benefits, understand the benefits, and then they can easily make a decision to make the purchase. Add trackable UTM link. You want to see what links are actually converting. And I can see how many customers have shown interest in our Pro version. Now again, always track and analyze the conversion and avoid too many upsells and banners. Just like I mentioned, in our plugin we never have a banner like admin notice that talk about like here's a 20% discount or XYZ feature. We only talk about any kind of announcement and so on. Any upselling goes through our the features. We add a certain screenshot or a message that actually helps the people to understand what our feature is about. And never lock the core functionality. And this is something that I want to demonstrate by giving an example. One of our product is related to the recipe, and in the recipe one of the key feature that people usually look for is adding the nutritional value. So what we have done to convert from free to the Pro version is that we have added a feature that allows the customers to manually input the nutritional value in the free version, which is a tedious task because many of the customers doesn't know about how to calculate the nutritional values or what are the different websites to get those nutritional values. So they do some research and they manually add those things. To improve or to just make it easier for the customers, what we have done is we have added integrations in the Pro version that actually help the customers to calculate the nutritional value with just a single click. Now just imagine how much time they are going to save by just these automations, and people actually love this functionality, and for this functionality itself people our customers make upgrade to the Pro version. Now let's talk about one of the most important thing when it comes to your product. So we talk about features, the automation, growth hacks, and so on. One of the most important thing I would like to recommend is to experiment with your pricing. Now when it comes to WordPress niche, like it's very competitive, like there are so many plugins that is similar to your business, but pricing your product at the right price can actually help you bring more revenue and sales. Now we did some experiment with our products, and we understood that our product is stand in a specific niche. So one of the theme that we're selling at $59, we changed the subscription to $69. The lifetime plan was changed to $99 to $149. Then for one of the product that we were selling at $199, we bump up the price to $288 and also introduce a lifetime plan, which was 3 times the annual plan. And the result, we're surprised to see that there was no drop in the sales. In fact, the sales actually bumped up. And here's a quick graph. So we changed the pricing for one of our product in August. We patiently waited in the month of September where the sales actually dropped. We did not panic. But as you can see from the graph, after the September, the sales actually picked up, and in even around 7 or 8 months, it was actually double the sales. So always experiment with your pricing and never upgrade, because you need to find the right spot. And we have also actually recently increased from 288 to 348 recently. So we always keep on experimenting with the pricing. Now, I talk about so many things, and these are the things that have actually worked for us. But I understand that every business need is different. Some of the techniques that I talk about may not be applicable, but I'm confident that some of the techniques might be applicable for you. So what I recommend you to do is try out some of the techniques that I have shared with you. Test out exit intent and see whether it converts or actually helps you to bring sales or not. The second is to start working on the email newsletter to establish a good relation with your customers. Then finally, also implement the cart recovery. This is a must that I highly encourage to do that. Then offer upsells that actually help your customers to understand the benefits of your product so they can actually convert from free to the pro customers. And I also highly encourage to experiment with your pricing. If you understand that your product stand out from the market, try to like experiment with a different pricing segment. And if it doesn't work, you can always revert back. But keep on changing the pricing unless you hit a maximum profit. Last but not the least, always measure the results for every quick hacks that you implement on your website. And that's a wrap of my presentations. Thank you all for patiently being here. Now, if you have any questions, you can just let me know. Okay. I don't see any hand raises. Okay, we have one. Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Hello. So whenever you are sending emails, what percentage of emails are educational email and what percentage is promotional?
Sorry, what was the first part?
So you are sending email campaigns,
yes,
right? So whenever you are sending emails, what percentage is educational content and what percentage is promotional when you are actually sending offers?
Okay, so that's a wonderful question. So we haven't actually calculated like what is the this kind of percent. So what are the things that we do is we have 1 or 2 sequences that's an automations where we just upsell few products. Okay. And the rest of are like product updates and other things. And like if I have to compare, like give a rough stats, like maximum is about our products, the things that we are doing in our products, and there are only few promotional campaigns.
Okay, so no educational content?
No, educational content from time to time, if we figure out like this is something that where we can also upsell few things.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how we do.
Hello, Navin.
Hello.
So regarding UTM links, so that please explain UTM links or everything.
अलिकति क्लियर आएन साउन्ड
UTM links को कुरा गरेको थियो नि
हजुर
सो त्यो कसरी कन्भर्जनमा हेल्प गर्छ त्यो अलिकति फर्दर एक्सप्लेन गरिदेऊ न
अलिकति कस्तो क्लियरै भएन के माइक
UTM लिंक्सबाट चाहिँ कसरी कन्भर्जनमा हेल्प गर्छ भनेर चाहिँ त्यसको बारेमा अझै डिस्क्राइब गरिदिनु अरे
ओके सो हामीले के गर्छ सो व्हाट वी युजुअली डू इज लाइक there is source, medium and the campaign name. We try to keep the campaign name same. Now for the source, it's either for the free, like from where the link is generating, maybe from the dashboard, from the customizer, or even from the the meta fields that we have in our plugin. So we track those things. Now for the medium, what we do is we add something a unique parameter such as like if it is where we are promoting partial add-on, we add the partial add-ons. If we are promoting the group pricing, we add that information. So that is how it helps us. So we can actually see how many actually showed an interest in the pro version, which link also, how many are coming from the free version, and which of our promo message is working best for us. So yeah, that's a wrap. Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you all. And if you have any questions, I'll be there. We can connect surely. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Navin. It was a very insightful session. We'd love to honor him with a token of love today. So, everyone, please give Mr. Navin Jaiswal a huge round of applause.
Thank you. I want photo.
ठिक छ यो त धेरै टाइट भयो
Is a leading SEO expert and the founder of Orca Socials, a full-service SEO agency. With over 15 years of experience, he has dedicated himself to making SEO knowledgeable and accessible, offering free training programs and insightful content through his YouTube channel. His initiative, SEO Aware Nepal, has helped thousands start their journey in digital marketing. Today, he will be sharing how you can turn your skills into a thriving business in his talk, From Code to Customers, Make Millions from Marketing. Please help me welcome Ram Babu Thapa.
Thank you for the amazing intro. Can you hear me? Okay. I think we have something in common. What is that? We all love making money. Agree? Raise your hand. So a lot of you are great programmers and developers who love coding, who is obsessed with coding and building amazing products. Some people are great at providing amazing web design related services. But you'll only able to make money if your code connects with your customers. And that's like a pipeline. And when your code is connected with the customer, and that pipeline brings the money in. And today's session, we're going to talk about how we can take our code to our customers and set up a pipeline so that it keeps on giving money on autopilot. So you guys ready? Let's get started. So my session is divided into 3 sections. First is intro. Wordcamp is not about the organizers. It's not about the sponsors. It's not about the speakers. It's about the audience. So we'll try to understand ourselves. I want to know, who are you? And what do you want? And there are definitely some problems you have. That's the intro part. The core section is the missing pieces. We'll uncover together. And then I will give you some next step. And if time allows, I will answer a few of your questions. How many of you love coding and obsessed with coding? Raise your hand. As high as you can. Okay. And who owns WordPress agency, whether it's like a designing websites or providing custom coding, anything? Any agency owner in the house? Okay. And who owns product? Who love like creating themes, plugins, products, and sell to mass? Okay. Anyone that does not fall into this category? Okay. Raise your hand, okay? And anyone who is a digital marketer, raise your hand as high as you can. So I want to ask, keep your hand high, okay? So I want to ask those WordPress developers, agency owners, product owners to see those marketers. Because after this session, you have to meet them and talk with them. So I have value for everyone, whether you are a coder or not, because you love money. Now, I know from my experience, you guys want 3 things: high-paying clients, recurring revenue, and you want to scale and grow. So you want high-paying clients because it gives you financial stability and a higher sense of doing something great. But just imagine a scenario where you acquire one high-paying client, and after 2 months, that client leaves. What happens? You'll panic. You have monthly expenses that you have to handle. So now you have to have a recurring revenue in place. Means you have to retain your clients, and then that client need to pay you month over month. And I know you guys are greedy. So just having high-paying clients and recurring revenue won't satisfy you. You want more high-paying clients. You want to build more product, provide more services, and obviously, you want to make more money. Agree? So, just like in the movies, whenever you want something, there are always some obstacles. And you have to overcome that obstacle to get what you really want. And that's the price you have to pay. Now let's talk about your obstacle. You are a developer or product owner or agency owner. You want high-paying clients, recurring revenue, and you want to scale. But you have certain problems that you have to solve to be able to get that. So let's talk about your problems. You might not agree, but too many opportunities is your problem. You have too many opportunities. and you are not sure which one to take. You are working on WordPress, and there are too many opportunities. Another one is lack of marketing expertise. A lot of WordPress developers, they are focused on code and building product. They forget the marketing part. So not knowing marketing, it's totally fine, no problem. But not having marketing, that's where all the problem is. And also, you can't make money without selling. And having ineffective sales process actually costing you more money. You are losing money every day. And we are here in Nepal. The market is very small. And we want to serve clients abroad in a global scale. But everybody wants that opportunity. So global market has its own set of opportunity and own set of challenges. There are a lot of people swimming in the ocean. How you can stand out? If you are not able to stand out, you can't grab any global market opportunities. So these are some of your problems. Agree? So just to give you a little bit of hint about, I searched for WordPress in Ahrefs, and it gave me 2.2 million monthly search volume in global level. So those who have been working with WordPress, when was the last time you searched for the exact term WordPress? Do you remember? I tried to remember, and then it was years ago. Means we know what we want, so we never settle for generic term like WordPress. We search for WordPress theme or WordPress speed optimization. We are very clear about what we want. But those people who are searching for WordPress, they are beginners. They want to know about WordPress. They want to use WordPress. And this is for the term WordPress alone. It does not include the search volume related to WordPress themes, WordPress plugins, WordPress website, WordPress hosting, WordPress security, WordPress speed optimization, and all. If we combine everything, every search term related to WordPress, it will reach billions of searches per month. Means the opportunity is very huge. Whether you develop a theme or plugin, anything, there are more opportunity. That's why it's a problem, and we have to solve that. So till now, what we have understood is, okay, sorry, there's a glitch. So now, we know who we are, we know what we want, and our problems. But still, we want to make tons of money. So there are some missing pieces that we want to cover, and then I want to start with the audience. And this audience is the people who you want to serve, who you want to sell your product or services, and that audience is the person who is going to pay the money. They are going to give the money. And how you can find the audience is, first, you have to define your niche. So last night at the before party, I was talking with few people, and then they said niching down is the most difficult thing they have ever faced. So they are doing everything, and they are struggling with making the money. So first, you have to define the niche. And then once you define the niche, that's the difficult part. Then everything gets easier. You can easily identify your audience. And then once you identify your audience, it's easier to understand their goals and their pain points. So let's dive deeper into this. So first, a lot of people are building the product, and some are providing the services. Pick one. Don't do anything. The WordPress is a huge market. Even if you go for a specific niche, you will make enough money. And you can't serve everyone. That's the reality. We have to accept it. So first, like, if you want to niche down, first, like, there are ways you can niche down in an industry level. Whether you want to work with healthcare industry, there is enough opportunity for all. E-commerce, it's growing, there is enough opportunity. And even if you go in the legal niche or real estate or education, you can pick one industry and then specialize. That way you can stand out in a global market. And these are your audience. Another way is, for individual freelancer or developer, you can niche down on an expertise niching. Like you can be a really good designer, the best. Or you can be like a great developer. Or like you can be expert on page speed optimization. Or like great at security. Or like forget about everything. Just you love translating the WordPress website. So if you are good at managing multilingual website, there is enough opportunity for every one of you. You just have to pick one. Now, once you have figured out whether you want to niche down on an industry level or expertise level, there are 3 types of audience that you have to further figure out and then build your buyer persona. The people could be individuals. So you might be serving individual or building product for individuals, like content creators, bloggers, WordPress designers, WordPress developers, who's going to use your product to make money for themselves. At the same time, they are making money for you. You have to understand that. Or you could be like outsourcing your services to other agency in US or other foreign country, like web design agency or marketing agency. And no, I don't want to do any work in a small scale. I want to work in a larger scale than enterprise audience. You can go after MNCs, large e-commerce or education platforms, where they are handling thousands of products and millions of users. If you figure out this, then it will be easier to build a buyer persona, which will make your everything easier. So I'm facing some glitch here. Just a second. So once you have understood your audience, the next step is to understand their goals. So everyone has goal. You have your goal. So with WordPress, it's simple. People want high-performing website, means the website that makes money. Simple. And then they want their website to be secure and reliable. And lastly, the only goal, they want to grow their business. It's simple. But just like you and just like in the movie, they have their own set of problems. So let's look into your target audience problem. If your target audience are individuals, then they have their own clients and they have their own set of challenges. They can't provide enough services, they have more clients that they can handle, or they have hired freelancers through Upwork or Fiverr, and then they are not reliable, they are not responding messages in time, so they have these problems. So if you are trying to help individuals solve these problems. Or like, it's easy, like you can read a blog on WordPress and set up a website. It's a no-brainer, but all of a sudden your target audience updates a plugin and site crashes. They are helpless. So you have to understand this type of problems. They have to migrate the website and all of a sudden site does not run. These are some of the technical problems. And then also, like, they set up a website which takes like 5 to 10 minutes to load. Or like migrating a website. And sometimes, like, there are tons of updates in WordPress, and then after 10 years, they haven't updated anything. All of a sudden, they click one update button, site crashes, or their site gets hacked with Japanese keyword attack, and there are millions of pages indexed in Google. So you have to be careful about their pain points as well. So once you know your audience, their pain points, their goals, it's your opportunity to create an offer. The offer is, it's simple. You have services, you have products, you have a skill, and you have to offer them in a way they say yes. And they take your offer, so whenever they accept your offer, it means they are going to give you the money. And let's see few points how you can make your offer so appealing people will say yes to your offer. Never sell an individual product or individual services. Learn to package the deals with enhanced services. So if you are selling something, for example, web design for $997 USD, try to include 6 months of tech support, or like few months of SEO services, or few months of web hosting, or 1 year of web hosting. It seems costly at the beginning, but it will open door for recurring revenue. SEO is a source of recurring revenue. Technical support is a source of recurring revenue. If you just sell website and settle, the client is not going to pay you further. But like if you are providing hosting, 1 year of hosting for free, next year, client starts paying. That is the one way to make your offer look good. Another one is, you are here in Nepal, and you are trying to sell a person in US. How are they going to trust you? There is You can give money back guarantee or free trial. They will try your product, they see it's useful, and they will pay. It's easy. Another element that you can include is try giving them bonuses. It works. So you have to increase the value of your offer by including some bonuses. For example, let's say you are selling your website for $997 USD. People may think it's expensive, but you can increase the price by including some maintenance. But always, whenever you are including extra add-on, try to add a pricing at the end. Okay? So here, 6 months of free maintenance, and then there is a SEO audit that you can do. It won't take time. It's easy for technical people. Or speed optimization, normally we give that by default. But if you include that in your offer, the client sees he or she is paying just $997, but getting 3 times more value. Who want to lose that opportunity? That way you can include the bonuses, and whenever you, even if you prepare like an offer that is irresistible, people still delay their action. And to help them take action, you have to create some kind of urgency and scarcity in your offer. So simply show them that the offer is not going to last longer. They have to take action now, or they have to forget about it. You can say like the discount ends immediately, or like limit by the number of license, or you can say simply the price is going to go up in 3 days, something like that. That way, it forces them to take action, and you will get your money faster. Another way is, if someone is buying your product or services and are happy, it means they believe if they buy your product, they will be happier too. So try to utilize social proof, like testimonials and ratings, that will help increase the perceived value of your product. So if you are providing landing page design, try to get some testimonial from your existing customer and highlight that. Encourage your people to leave reviews. It will increase value of your offer. So now you know your audience, you have the offer. How you can take your offer to your audience? Say it. What helps you to take your offer to your audience? Otherwise, they are not going to buy it. How? The next missing piece. It's the marketing. So without marketing, how your target audience is going to know you exist? You have amazing offer, and they need your offer. They have to buy it. Now, there are different marketing channels. Just like enough opportunity in WordPress, there are enough ways to do marketing for your WordPress-related services. And you don't have to do everything. Otherwise, you will panic. So you have to pick the ones that work for you. And you have to be mindful about your budget and resources. So there is SEO, SMM, email, freebies, customer education, paid advertising, and affiliate marketing. You can do all. But let's dive in with SEO. So WordPress gets around 2.2 million searches in Google every month. And then I have already said WordPress-related search, if we combine, it reaches billions. It means there are enough opportunity. It means your target audience are on Google. All you have to do is you have to reach out to them. And how you can do that? You have to create content that converts, ranks, and then generates business for you. So the type of content that converts and ranks are, okay, so for some reason, some graphics is not loading here. I'm seeing some of the glitches. And technical problems are part of life. We have to live with that. So we have to create the content that ranks and converts for SEO. So when we talk about WordPress, you can create tutorials and how-to guides. That ranks really well. You can create product review and comparison article. You can create troubleshooting guides. People are facing WordPress-related problem every day. Once you create this type of content, people read your content and see you as an authority, and then they will contact you for their services. Another way is around 5.4 billion people use social media. So besides SEO, social media is amazing source of revenue or helping you to take your offer to your audience. And there are tons of social media which want to work on. That's the challenge. I'm not a marketer, I'm a coder. And I hate creating content. That's the problem. But social media is easier than you ever think. You just have to follow a formula called hook, story, and offer. It's simple. And it works for all the social media platforms. So hook means you have to grab their attention, and then you have to tell a story that resonates with them, and then present an offer. And it works for Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. It's the same formula. You just have to create a content. And once you have covered SEO or social media, next is email. How many of you have done email marketing for your business? So I don't see any hand. That's good. You guys are losing money. Oh, okay, one hand. So see everyone, that person at the back. So that person is spending $1 and getting ROI of $36 to $40 back with email. So if you want to make money, you have to start working on email. And how it works is, it's easier. You just have to educate. So with email, when you have a list, send educational content that helps you build your authority and build the trust. And then occasionally you can promote your offers so that they know, okay, you have something that they need. And ultimately, email also helps you retain your customers. These are really important facts about email marketing. And next is freebies. How many of you love giving without expecting anything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's good. You guys have better chance than others who didn't raise the hand. Because giving freebies helps you acquire 34% of new customers. So you have to be a giver, because eventually it will come back to you. So for freebies to work, it's simple, like my graphics are not loading. I don't know what's the technical problem here, but whenever you give something for free, it could be a theme, it could be a plugin, it could be an ebook or a checklist, anything you can do to solve your target audience problem. they will give you email. Now, once you have your email, you can send all sorts of email. And when they start receiving your email, you are sending a lot of helpful tips, they will trust you. And when you send them offer in between, they have already used your free resources, you are already providing value through emails, they will buy from you. And that's why with freebies, you can acquire new customers. And customer education, it's really important. So customer education helps you increase the likelihood of purchase by 131%. That's a huge number. So when you are educating someone, you will create a mindset. So you are teaching something, it means you know something. And people see you as an authority. So whenever you are educating, first it will help people to know you. Then if you are providing enough value, they like you. And if they are liking you enough, they will start trusting you. So once they know you, like you, and trust you, if they have to buy something, they will buy from you. That's the fact. So focus on educating your customer. And if you want to go faster, if you are just starting out, if you want to go faster, go with paid advertising. Don't do SEO. Forget about it. Forget about social media. Focus on paid advertising. Because it takes time to create content and rank on Google. It takes time to build your followers in social media. But with paid ads, you can reach your target audience faster with proper targeting. And there's a fact from Google, for every $1 business spent on Google ads, they receive $8 in profit. So whatever money you spend on paid advertising, you will never create a loss. So go with the paid advertising if you want to move faster. You don't have to do all the marketing channels, just pick the ones that work for you. And if you hate marketing still, I don't want to do marketing, I don't want to learn marketing, I don't want to hire anyone for marketing, try affiliate marketing, where you don't have to hire a marketer, but you can still build your marketing team. People will promote your product or services. And it's easier, affiliate marketing works great. You only pay for the results, simple. If nobody got your result, you don't have to pay. So you pay a certain commission if only they get the result. And with affiliate marketing, people have like a big social media follower account. So you go with influencers and then turn their followers into your customers. And also, if someone popular is promoting your product or services, it will increase the perceived value of your product. Right? So also, if you want to scale, double your marketing budget, double your marketing effort, you can do that without any stress. Because you have the affiliates that do all the job. You just have to pay if they get the result. So we know the audience, we have the offer, we know how to get to them. The next missing piece of puzzle is the sales funnel. So with sales funnel, there was a really amazing graphics. I'm sorry. There are different stages, 6 stages in the sales funnel. So first is the awareness. And sales funnel and marketing go hand in hand. First is the awareness stage. At this stage, people just become aware about you. So people know that you exist through your initial content, through SEO or social media, advertising, anything. After seeing enough time, they start developing an interest about you. Okay. So once they have the enough interest, they make the decision to purchase from you, and you can simply make that easier through action. So action stage, you make it easier through landing pages, offer, live chat, and then they will make a purchase. And if they purchase once, they are likely to purchase more, and you can work on retention by really great onboarding process, and then sending emails. And if they are become your loyal fans, they will start becoming your advocates who will get you referrals and then become your affiliates. Okay, through sales funnel. Now, once you have everything covered, you have the audience, offer, marketing, sales funnel, It is a system, it is a pipeline, your code is connected to your customer, and then now it starts bringing you the money, which is your money, which you haven't earned yet. You need to have a system in place. So that's the complete roadmap. And the next step is, my time is up already. The purpose of education is not knowledge, but action. So whatever you have learned here, you can implement. A lot of easy stuff there. Just start implementing those stuff. Otherwise, you have wasted your 30 minutes of time here. So for you to take action, first go find your niche, build a buyer persona, list your audience problem, build an offer to solve that problem, and create content to reach your target audience. Be a giver, give value in advance, build your trust, and ultimately build your sales funnel, and it will help you make millions. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can. Anyone have questions? Okay.
Hello. Namaste.
Namaste.
Ram sir. Okay, I have one question for you. So as a startup, what is the best possible way to niche down the products or services? Should we act as a specialist or generalist at first? For instance, offering digital marketing as a whole or offering ST service and vice versa? That's my question.
Okay, thank you. Amazing question. And then that's the big dilemma when you are just starting out. Because you don't have the audience and you are so desperate to find a client, you try to reach out to everyone. So first, work on yourself. You have to go with niche, specialize. That way your message sounds clearer. And then with initial phase, like SEO is not going to work. Social media, it takes time to build your momentum. So you have to go with paid advertising. If you are not specialized, your paid advertising message is not going to sound clearer to your audience, and then they're not going to buy. So if you try to serve everyone, you can't serve. You are serving no one. So try to be clear on your audience and then your product or service offering.
Thank you so much. It was a very insightful session.
Okay, one more question.
I'm so sorry, but yes.
Okay, as a freelancer, when I develop a website for my clients, so I've seen businesses who have like loyal clients for years, like they are maintaining the same website for years. And as a freelancer, like what are the tips? What should I do so that the clients that I have made website stays with me? Like I can maintain their website for years. What are the tips? How should I like have a contract, or how should I make those customer loyal in my future?
Okay, that's great. So if you are already providing website maintenance services, right? Okay. Now every business wants to go to the next level. What is the next what is your product or services that helps them to reach the next stage in their business? Maybe you can sell like free SEO audit initially and then sell them SEO services. That could be a great way to do that. Or you can build a funnel for them, because landing page alone is not going to convert. So there is always some opportunity, and reach out to them. They trust you. It means if you offer something, they will eventually accept. Okay, thank you guys. If you have any questions, you can meet me backstage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the insightful session. I'd like to welcome you back to the stage.
Okay.
Marketing is just as important as coding when building a business. Thank you so much, Mr. Ram Babu, for this insightful session. We'd like to express our vote of thanks through a token of love. We are having another session. This one called Strategies That Solve Creative Strategies that talk engagement. Are you listening to what your website needs by Moin Kumar in Swayambhu Hall? We're currently preparing for Breaking Static Lessons in Clarity from Military and Aviation Communication by Corey Weddington here at Taliju Hall.
I'm trying not to cough as much as I can.
You have your presentation on that laptop, right? So you can
He has led WordPress strategies and solutions for some of the biggest companies in the world, namely Microsoft, Google, and Starbucks. Today, he's bringing us insights from an unexpected yet powerful source, military and aviation. In his talk, Breaking Static, Lessons in Clarity from Military and Aviation Communication. Please help me welcome Mr. Corey Weddington.
Hey everybody. I'm going to try as hard as I can not to cough today. The weather's giving me a little scratch in my throat, so I'm going to take a few minutes to take a drink throughout this presentation. Hey, let's see. You guys? Sorry, just 1 second here. Huh?
Point it here and then switch.
But it's not on the screen here. Sorry, just 1 second, you guys. There we go. We're good. All right, thanks. So, a little about myself. My name is Corey Weddington. Met a few of you guys today and yesterday. I've been living in Taiwan for the past 4 years. I have over a decade of WordPress experience. I'm a former strategist at 10up. I've been lucky enough to launch websites for companies like Microsoft. I've been lucky enough to work with Google, Starbucks, countless other enterprise companies with WordPress. And today I'll be talking about how we can communicate more effectively, make our projects run smoother, and our day-to-day a little bit easier. I have social medias here. Feel free to add me if you'd like. So our agenda today, we're going to cover about 6 different things. First off, we're going to cover the cost of miscommunication. We're going to talk about how to fix that with clarity and brevity. We're going to talk about feedback loops. We're going to talk about adaptability, and we're going to talk about layered communication. So the main point of this talk is to be a better communicator. And so what we're going to be doing is, if I can get this remote to work, is we're going to be covering 3 main industries. So these are industries that are really reliant on good communication. And when bad communication happens, atrocities happen. So we're going to be covering aviation, maritime, and military. And to kind of set the tone for this, we're gonna get a little dark for a minute and talk about why these industries are so important to look at in terms of communication, because they're so fraught with good examples of bad communication and good examples of how deadly bad communication can be. So starting off with aviation, in 1977, 2 planes collided in the runway of Tenerife after a misunderstood takeoff clearance, killing 583 people. It is the deadliest aviation history or accident in history. For maritime, in 1912, the Titanic ignored multiple iceberg warnings and poorly relayed warnings leading to ship sinking and over 1,500 deaths. And then in 1915, for military, the Gallipoli campaign had vague and delayed orders that led Allied troops to landing on the wrong beaches, causing chaos and thousands of unnecessary casualties. So these are all really dark. I promise this is the last dark part of the presentation. So thankfully, we're not landing planes, we're not captaining ships, we're not leading militaries. But in our industry, when communication does fail, it still has real world consequences. So for us, we have angry clients, we have confused teammates, we have delayed projects, we have wasted time, wasted money, endless back and forth, unnecessary stress, and lost trust. So that's why this presentation is good for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a developer, a designer, marketing, whatever. So we're going to take a few lessons from these industries because they are so high stress and they are so reliant on good communication. And we're going to see how we can take these lessons and apply them specifically to remote work, because remote work is so relevant today in our industry. So kicking that off, we're going to show some examples of what bad communication actually looks like, and I'm going to use myself as an example as a bad communicator. So these are some messages that probably everyone here has seen, and I do apologize if hopefully you can read them. I'm going to read them for everybody, so if you can't see, if you have bad eyes like me, I'll read it out loud. Hopefully nobody here is a sender of a message like this, but I think we've all been on the receiving end. So the first example is, I was looking at a report and noticed the numbers aren't matching up. Then I checked the database, but I'm not sure if I pulled the right data. Also, marketing asked about different numbers. Maybe I need to update something. Should we have a meeting? So this is a clear example of no problem statement. They bury the key information and point in too much information, and there's an unnecessary meeting request. The second example is, and I'm sure a lot of people here have gotten this one, we need to fix the website issue. This is, clearly no specific issue mentioned, no urgency, no priority, no deadline for the request at all. And the most common one, hey, can you take a look at that thing? So no context given, very vague, assumes other person remembers the thing. So if you've been on the receiving end of this, or maybe if you've sent this, hopefully today we can try to fix some of these issues. Maybe you can take some of the stuff we go over today and bring it to your company and prevent messages like this. Okay, so first we're going to go over something called clarity and brevity. So this is all about saying more with less. So this is actually inspired by military brevity codes used in combat situations. If anybody here watches action movies, you guys have probably seen these. They say, Wilco, SILTREP, Tango down, Mayday, Roger, stuff like that, cool sounding things. So as radio became popular in the 20th century, it became very obvious that long-winded messages caused delays and confusions. So to get around this, the military created something called brevity codes. Things like Mayday and Roger were introduced to ensure fast, clear communication, especially across different languages and under pressure. So why does this exist? In high-stakes scenarios, long-winded messages lead to delays, misunderstandings, and mistakes. So brevity codes solve this by standardizing languages and making messages fast, direct, and unmistakable. You guys probably don't realize it, but we use brevity codes every day in work. Most of you here use brevity codes right now. The core idea is short phrases, terms that everybody knows, that convey clarity and brevity and make sure that there's no misinterpretation. So what this looks like in remote work, in Slack and email and other tools, is using things like AFK, blocked, RTN, FYA. So again, these are things that probably everybody here uses. I'm sure a few people here have used AFK, BRB, right, LOL. Maybe that's not as relevant. But so yeah, using brevity codes can really help out in remote work to get a shared understanding of what we're all talking about in a very quick and direct way. So let's look at brevity codes in action. So we're going to look at a little before and after brevity codes. So on the before message, our bad communicator, Corey, says, hey, whenever you get a moment, could you maybe take a look at that new feature branch and let me know if it looks okay? No rush, just whenever you can. So this before example isn't wrong. It's not necessarily like the worst message in the world. It's just inefficient. The real meaning is buried in soft language. It's hedging, and there's like social fillers there trying to be overly polite. In our after version, we use brevity and clarity. So we say PTAL, please take a look at new feature or new user flow, needs approval by EOD, end of day. So the new version is clear, confident, it's still respectful of the reader's time, and it's very easy to read and understand. So once your team starts adopting these brevity codes, things get a lot easier. There's a little bit of a growing pain at first. It does seem very informal and kind of rushed, but I'm telling you, it makes life a lot easier once your team starts adapting these. I've actually added a scannable QR code with more example brevity phrases in a Google Sheet that you guys are happy to scan and steal from or add more to or whatever else. So the next thing we're going to go over is called feedback loops. So confirm, don't assume. Feedback loops are actually inspired by the aviation industry, specifically a radio protocol the aviation industry created called readback rule between pilots. So after early aviation incidents caused misunderstood instructions due to confusion over the radio, they implemented something called readback rules. So this rule is essentially that pilots must repeat back air traffic control commands exactly as given to confirm accuracy. So it's a simple loop, you know, and it's probably something you guys have heard in movies and maybe even on the airplane. Pilot asks, like, do I have approval for landing? Radio is back, approved, confirmed landing. So when misunderstandings can cost lives, you can't afford to assume you were understood. The readback loop closes the gap by forcing alignment in real time. So don't rely on silence or vague replies or emoji thumbs up. You really want to create a loop here and basically confirm exactly what you were told to close the loop, basically. So when you delegate a task, ask for clear confirmation, not just a thumbs up or a quick reply with intent, timeline, next steps. Make sure that you're both on the same page. So we'll take a look at this real quick. Sorry. So here's a quick before and after. So the before message is from a coworker that says, can you take care of an upcoming pricing page, or can you take care of updating the pricing page before Friday? Bad communicator Corey says, thumbs up. So the first reply looks like acknowledgement, right? It's a thumbs up. Corey's gonna take care of it, right? But it's missing a lot of detail here. So the coworker doesn't know when it'll happen or if I fully even understand the request. So if we take what we learned about feedback loops and we apply that here, our after message looks a little bit different. So our after message says, got it, I'll update the buttons from green to blue Thursday afternoon and let you know once it's live. So the second message is basically confirming the details, the important details at least. I'm echoing it back to the coworker, I'm giving a timeline, and the loop is closed. And the cool thing about this is you don't even need to have the first person create a loop. You can, you can close the loop by doing it yourself. So in this case, the coworker's message was kind of vague. They didn't really tell me exactly what needs to be updated on the pricing page. They only told me when. So by creating a feedback loop, I'm telling them exactly what my understanding of this task is and when I'll have it done for them to review. So if I was wrong on any of this information, we're getting that out of the way right away so that I can know if they actually do want that button turned from green to blue. So this is a great way to save time and confirm tasks. Okay, so next thing we're gonna go over is adaptability. This is communicating across mediums. So this is inspired by maritime communication systems. From signal flags to radios, maritime industry had to adapt based off conditions like weather, distance, visibility. This really came into effect in 1904. British warships mistakenly fired on friendly fishing boats in heavy fog. It's known as the Dodger Bank incident. It sparked an international crisis and exposed the limits on relying on just a single form of communication. So after this happened, multiple lines of communication happened in the maritime industry. So sound, signal, wireless, multiple others to ensure that if one form of communication didn't work, there was always a backup line of communication to try to get that message across. So why does it exist? Conditions are constantly changing, right? Same with our industry, things are always changing. Slack might not always be the best way to contact somebody. So the core idea here is to use the medium that fits the message. Not everything should be a Slack thread or a Zoom call. Good communication really meets people where they are. So instead of defaulting to just one channel, pause and ask yourself, would this be as clear as like maybe a screenshot or a Zoom call or an email or a document? And find the best way to communicate the information appropriately. Don't always rely on the same thing. So let's look at a few kind of great examples of adaptable communication. So I'm sure a lot of this is familiar to everybody, but I think it's a good reminder to remember that, like, hey, Slack isn't always the best example or the best medium for a message. So for quick yes or no statuses, Slack is great. For weekly updates, Slack is good, but sometimes email is better. For task-specific details and updates around tasks, PM software is good, like Jira, GitHub, other means. For urgent issues, yeah, call or a Zoom meeting, absolutely necessary. Project proposal, you probably don't want to add that, massive project proposal in Slack. You maybe want to go to email or an actual document. Bug report or feedback, maybe screenshot or a Loom video or something else is best for that. Maybe writing that up isn't the best means to really show the bug, right? So this is a great example of what adaptability looks like in our world. Okay, so last up is layered communication. So the right message at the right time. This is my favorite also. Okay, so this is inspired by military command chains. So structured communication from fire teams up the line to command through filtered, prioritized reporting. So Napoleon was one of the first to formalize layered communication. Officers only passed critical updates up the chain and handled everything else locally. So what this did is it kept commanders focused on strategy instead of getting buried in all the battlefield chatter, right? So this is really important because when you move information up the chain, it takes a lot to process, right? So you can't process, paragraphs of information, and sometimes it's not relevant to you. So layered communication keeps decision makers focused on what matters most. So the core idea here is giving the right information to the right people and structuring it in the right way. So what this means in remote work, right? This means specific threads, specific channels, summaries, showing the right info to the right people, and not escalating every small detail up the line to your manager, your director, so on. And vice versa, there's a lot of information that maybe your producers don't need, your developers don't need certain amounts of information, right? They need what they need to get their job done. So let's take a look at this in action. It's a little bit bigger, but I'll still read it off because I'm assuming it might be hard to see over here. So this is a great example of layering your communication. So what we have here is 3 different messages. They're all around the same topic, but they're to different audiences and their purposes are very different. So Corey, the good communicator, on his first message, is focused on the production team, right? Your designers, your developers, your project managers. And the purpose of this message is context and actionable detail. So the message says, hey all, just wrapped up our first client demo. Overall positive response, but some feedback came in. They want the homepage slider larger and would like to embed video in it. They're also asking for a mega menu with optional CTAs and images. We've got 20 hours left in the budget, so let's prioritize these new features and find a plan to stay within scope. So this message has a lot of different details here. If I'm a designer or developer, I know exactly what's going on. Slimming that message down to an account level message, maybe a team lead or a direct manager, it looks a lot different because the purpose of this message, the summary of change and the scope awareness is all that really matters. So that message looks like this. The client demo went well. They requested 2 new features, an updated slider and a mega menu. We'll adjust the plan to fit within 20 hours remaining this month. So we cut that message in half the second it moves up the chain 1 level, right? The important information is there. They have 2 changes. We have 20 hours left and we get it done. Moving further down the chain to department heads, executive, the purpose changes even more. So really this is just a status check and kind of a strategic level check, right? So that message looks like this. Project is on track, within budget. Final round of client feedback is being addressed this week. Again, we cut the message in half. And what this looks like in a lot of different companies could even be different Slack channels, right? I've seen that implemented numerous times. So when we don't filter, we risk overwhelming people. A lot of your managers don't want to read the nitty and gritty about every single meeting or all this, context. So layered communication really helps get the point across here. All right, so now we're going to cover putting it all together. So we're going to look at what a good message in action actually looks like. So at the start of this presentation, we covered 3 really terrible messages from Corey, the bad communicator. So taking the principles we talked about today, we're going to change those 3 messages and see what they look like now. So Corey, the good communicator, message 1. So we're going to look at fixing the clarity issues from the previous message. We're going to make sure there's brevity in the description. We're going to make sure there's a clear ask, and we're going to make sure to avoid unnecessary escalation. So that message looks like this. The sales number and Q2 report don't match the database totals. I may have pulled in the wrong data set. Can you help verify the source file before we update anything? No need for a meeting unless we hit a blocker. So this message is a lot more clear. There's actionable things to do in here, and we're not asking for a random Zoom meeting, which I'm sure a lot of people here would enjoy. Second message, again, we're fixing clarity issues. We're creating a feedback loop, and we are doing layered communication. So the message looks like this. The homepage form isn't submitting. Users get stuck on validation. Can you take a look at it today? If you're swamped, let me know and I'll reassign. So again, we're not just saying, hey, the website is broken. We're giving actual details. We're asking for a timeline. We're saying if you're busy, we'll reassign it, right? And lastly, we're fixing specific references to the topic. We're doing brevity and feedback loops. So this message looks like this. Can you review the updated pricing table we discussed on Monday? It's in the shared doc under client proposal draft. Let me know if anything looks off before I send it. So again, we're referencing something we talked about Monday. Yeah, they probably remember it, but you can't assume anything. We're referencing specific details about where that document is, and we're setting a timeline. So these are all 3 examples of great messages based off kind of what we talked about and compared to the previous message before. So just to recap, so the 4 big takeaways from this talk is be clear and brief, use short, specific language that leaves no room for guesswork, close the loop, don't assume you're understood, confirm and clarify the details. And third, adapt your medium, choose the right channel for the message, whether that be email, Slack, Word document, or a call. And 4, respect the layers. Not everything needs to go to leadership. Filter and focus, and that works both ways, up and down. Maybe your producers don't need all the information, maybe your leadership doesn't need it. Act accordingly. So that is my talk. Hopefully I didn't blow through that too fast. But I didn't cough though, so that's good. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Corey. Do we have any questions for him?
Oh no, this guy.
Hi Corey, my name is Ahmed. So I actually couldn't catch the whole presentation, but I believe I understand the gesture. So my question is, if this Corey went back 10 years and then had to give the tips or ways to succeed in his career, what would be your message to your own self based on today's presentation's context if you went 10 years back?
Yeah, that's a great question. Younger Corey would have said communication is a waste of time, right? Back then I was doing development. I was focused on, good, clean code, being really good developer and doing what I did, really well. I subscribe to the fact that developers aren't good at communication. I'll never be good at communication. I'm a code monkey, whatever. I think that's a lie, right? I think communication would help everybody here, and being a really good communicator makes your life a lot better as a developer, designer, digital marketer, everything. You're gonna have easier clients to work with, easier teammates to work with. So I would go back and invest more in becoming a better communicator, and I think it would make my life a lot easier, and it would make a lot of my painful clients a lot easier to handle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Corey.
Hey.
Tadu here. So I have a quick question regarding like you mentioned about the communication through the Slack. So what happens sometimes people what do they know where is client available. Sometimes they are available on WhatsApp, email. So people do lots of messaging and they not patiently wait for the response. So in this situation, what message you want to give people? Don't do messaging everywhere, just wait for the response and...
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. So just to echo back the question, it sounds like how do we handle people or clients or teammates who want to message across all the platforms? Is that correct?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a common struggle.
I mean to say like within an hour, if client not responding on particular one channel, if we decided the Slack and if they are not responding even though they are online, so the next message sent on another channel,
Yeah.
the next message on, so within the 1 hour there are 5 different messages on 5 channels.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of clients do this. If you're an agency or freelance, I'm sure everybody's dealt with clients like that. I think setting boundaries right out of the gate and level setting with them, having that really difficult conversation right in the beginning and saying, hey, this is the means of communication, this is what works best for us, and this is how most effectively to communicate with us. I think clients get out of hand or customers get out of hand whenever you don't have those boundaries right out of the gate, and then they think that they can get you on text faster than they can get you on Slack or WhatsApp or other means. The way that I usually try to address that is with the client kickoff right away, outlining communication methods, and then just really emphasizing that, like, hey, calling me up isn't going to get me any faster, right? I have heads down from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. My communication hours are this. These are the mediums to do that, right? But to the point of this presentation, sometimes clients don't like Slack, right? So if it's just really hard for them and you're just noticing a disconnect, transferring that line of communication somewhere else that works better for them can be really helpful for both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Corey, for the insightful session. We'd like to honor you with a token of love.
Thanks. Okay, cool. Thanks.
person with hearing impairment, and there are person who are, they can hear but they are hard of hearing, and there is another type of disability who are both deaf and blind. So similarly, there are other disabilities like speech impairment, psychosocial disability, intellectual disability, hemophilia, autism, multiple disability, and some are not stated here. So we have to make our website accessible for low vision, blind, deaf, hard of hearing, deaf and blind, and intellectual disability. These are the types of disabilities that need digital accessibility. So there are some digital accessibility challenges I want to share with you. First one is that scanned documents are not OC read. Means when you upload these kind of documents on your website, it is not readable by the software for visually impaired people. This is only the image. So you scan the document and you directly upload on the website. So first you need to ensure that your documents are OC read. OC read means optical character recognized. And second one is that images do not have a description. When you make a website, you upload the image, but you do not keep the proper description of the image. So it makes difficult for a person with disabilities like blind people to know what the image is about. And third one is you can see here, image do not have description. When you use the WordPress, there is a setting, and on the setting tab there is alternative text where you can describe about the image. Here it is written cactus plant. So person with disability like blind people know what the image is about. Similarly, third challenge is that documents do not have proper headings. Like you make the documents and you write the heading on the document, but they are not properly managed or structured. Like you can see here, there is written textbook on the first line, but it is not structured. Fourth one is when you make a table on the website or document, you should keep the column headers name properly and row headers name properly so that person with visually impaired know what the column is about and what the row is about. Fifth challenge is that PDF documents do not have tag. Do you know what is tag? How many of you know? Quite a few. So PDF documents have tags, like in HTML, there is heading tag, paragraph tag, similarly. So how can we enable the tag on the PDF document? Do you know? There are some techniques. When you open the PDF Maker and you go on the settings, there is an option called Enable Accessibility and Reflow with Tagged Adobe PDF. When you enable this option, the PDF documents will have the tag. And the sixth challenge is that documents do not have a title and correct heading structure. As I said, there is a document, and when you write a document title, you simply write the title and increase the font size and make it bold, right? So if you do that, it is not properly readable for the person with visually impaired. So you have to make the title with the structure H1, H2 like that on websites. And seventh challenge is that links do not have the proper text. How many of you use click here on websites and your document? You simply use click here, right? So you know when you click the link, it goes to the certain destination, but how the people with visually impaired know where it goes when the link do not have a proper text? So you need to have the proper text on the link. Similarly, there are videos which does not contain captions, so it will be hard for the person with hearing impaired to know what the videos is about. Similarly, here is a Wordcamp Nepal banner, and there is a caption coming, right? So the person with hearing impaired know what the program is about. So how many of you know about the color contrast? Do you know? I think most of you know. So if you do not match the color contrast, it is difficult for us also to read the text, right? Here are some bad examples of the text, bad examples of the color contrast. Can you read the text on the picture here? No, right? Because it does not have the high color contrast, so it is difficult to read the text. So if you do not make your website accessible, your website becomes inaccessible for person with disabilities. So here is an example of the inaccessible website. For example, Magenta A11 boy. It does not have anything on the website that is accessible, so I kept the example of the website here. So to make the website or any content, digital content accessible, we have to make the roadmap to reach to the customer or reach to the common people so that they know about the digital accessibility, right? I want to share one story about me. When I was studying in class 11, I went to college. My dad used to drop me at college and pick me from the college. But one day, my dad was busy with some emergency work, so he did not have time to pick me up. So I had to return home from a microbus. And I was coming home from the microbus at Sanghamul, and when the micro was driving, nobody left me the seat to sit. There was no seat. I had to stand on the micro. So when micro went on the road, it suddenly turned and I fell down from the micro. And I had stitches here and here. I almost lost my eye vision. So why was that? Whose fault was that accident? Because people were not aware about the accessibility, right? So people should be aware of the accessibility, then only person with disabilities can go ahead in life easily. So first is training and awareness. People need to be aware of the situation and need of the person with disabilities. And second one is that we can do accessibility audit on the website to know what accessibility are there on our website. And third one, we can replace inaccessible content with the accessible content. We can fix accessibility issues which are there on your company's website or your personal website. And finally, our mission is to promote inclusive instructional design in digital content. So how many of you know about the digital rights? Do you know? Only 3 hands up. So digital rights is like a human right. It is the right of all the people to access the digital content of website, apps, and other softwares and PDF documents. It is their right to know the information about digital content. Like example, have you seen the government website? Yes. In government website, most of the documents are uploaded there, but it is not accessible. So if a person with visually impaired wants some data from the government website, how will they access? They can't access, right? So when there was a COVID, person with hearing impaired didn't know the information about COVID. Why? Because people did not make the news accessible, and other notices about the COVID and precautions that they need to take in accessible content. So they were unaware of the situation. So they know that they should not go out of their house, but they did not know why. It is because of the inaccessibility of the information. So here are some action plans for digital accessibility. First one is that we can replace scanned document with accessible alternatives. Like here on the tool option, we can click OCR button. When we click on the OCR button, we can click on the recognize text, and after clicking on this option, we can read the document. Second one is that you should use simple fonts and high color contrast. Most of the people use fancy fonts to look better, right? But it is for us, it is useful for us only. Person with visually impaired do not care about the font styles. So here is one example of the good color contrast and bad color contrast. Can you see the good color contrast from behind? But do you see bad color contrast? hardly you can see, right? So good color contrast are the one that is written good on the picture. Bad color contrast are those which are written bad on the color contrast. So you should be aware how to make your website with high color contrast. And third one is you can use alternative text on the images. So when you turn on the screen reader, if there is image without an alternative text, what the screen reader read? Suppose there is an image whose file name is img1235.png. So screen reader will read img12345.png. Does it sound good? No. So on the right hand side, what is it written? You can't see? Few months ago, I was in Park Village to participate on the program Digital Accessibility, and it was a residential program for 3 days. So there were people who were person with disabilities only for the residential. Rest of the participants were non-residential. So we were there for 3 days, and when I was taking a dinner, one person with visually impaired was in front of me, and he had a person to help him, and I was standing behind me, and I was behind him. So I was about to take a dinner on my plate, and the person who was with that person, visually impaired person, asked me, "Can I help you?" And at the meantime, person with visually impaired asked, "What disability does she have?" And she said she has the disability, physical disability. Then the person who cannot see anything asked me if I can take your plate. I will carry your plate and you can take the dinner from the utensils, and I will help you. So how great is that? So now I think you can see the screen. So on the left hand side there is an image without alternative text, and on the right hand side there is an image with alternative text. Which do you think is the better one? Cute cat, right? So it sounds good, right? So we need to keep alternative text on images. Fourth one is that we can use built-in heading styles for documents and heading structure for websites. If you are a developer or who knows how to build website, you know about the heading structure, right? There is a heading structure from H1 to H6. So you need to maintain this structure while building a website. And the hyperlinks should be readable that describe the destination. On the previous slide, we had seen click here. Does it mean anything? Nothing, but here on the link, you can see explore digital access team services, right? So it means that the link will head you to the explore digital access team services. And sixth one is that there are built-in bullet point and number formats. On the left-hand side, it is for documents like Word, and on the right-hand side, it is for SQL. Or OL means ordered list, UL means unordered list, and DL means description list. So sixth plan is that you need to add captions or transcript for videos and podcasts. You know about the captions, but do you know about the transcript? Yes? So what is transcript? Yes, on the YouTube and Netflix you can get the option of transcript, which describes the background of the video. Suppose we are watching a movie on the in the hall. When there is a video with sound voice, it comes on the captions, right? But if something is happening on the background, does it come on the caption? No. So how will the person with visually impaired know that what is happening on the screen? Suddenly, if the bomb blasts, he or she will get scared or not? They will get scared, right? So you need to turn on the transcript of the video. So
imagine if 90% of the websites or mobile apps
video
you use
which describes the digital accessibility. So let's see the video.
today locked you out. Everyone else continues to experience the convenience of mobile banking, the connectedness of social media, and the freedom of online shopping. But for you, they're inaccessible. For the 57 million people with disabilities in the United States, this is their everyday experience. People with visual, auditory, motor, speech, and cognitive disabilities rely on various assistive technologies and alternate methods of interaction to use digital documents, web, and mobile apps. People with visual disabilities may rely on screen readers, braille displays, zoom functions, or high-contrast colors to get value from what's displayed on screen. People with auditory disabilities often rely on captions or transcripts for video content. People with motor disabilities might require speech-to-text software or keyboard-only interactions. People with speech disabilities require a non-vocal means of interaction. And finally, people with cognitive disabilities often require thoughtful and organized layouts with clear direction. Digital accessibility is the practice of making digital documents, web, and mobile apps accessible to everyone, including people with disabilities. Accessible sites and apps are perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. Building accessible sites or apps can be tricky without the right guidance. The Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, published by the W3C, is the standard rule set that defines what makes a site accessible. Developers, testers, app owners, and accessibility experts from around the world rely on these standards for proper accessibility testing direction. In fact, many U.S. federal government agency sites and apps are required by law under Section 508 to be accessible. This law includes the WCAG standard. In the U.S. and European Union, WCAG is being adopted across private sector businesses as well. Whether you're following legal requirements or proactively working to make the web a better place, practicing digital accessibility makes a real difference for millions of people.
So, do you know why accessibility is important? Do you know him? What is his name? Stephen Hawking, right? So he had the disability at the age of 21, and he had the motor nerve degenerative disability. So he could not talk and he could not walk. But the technology was built for him, especially for him, to extract the knowledge from him, so all the people around him can access his experience and knowledge from him. So how important it is to have accessible technology. So talking about WordPress accessibility, I think most of you are WordPress developers or related to WordPress. There are WCAG Web Content Accessibility Guideline 2.2, which has the AA standard and AAA standard. AA standard is for minimum accessibility, and AAA means for enhanced accessibility. So here are some accessibility coding standards. You can go to the WordPress developer resources and read the article here. And in WordPress, we have the login called WordPress Accessibility, which enables the accessibility on WordPress website. You can preview or download the plugin from here. So I will show you some demo about the accessibility here. So I have already loaded the Digital Rights Nepal website. So you can see or not, here is accessibility menu with wheelchair on the left hand side. So when we click on the contrast, it changes the color contrast. And when we highlight the links will be highlighted. And if we click on the bigger text, the text becomes bigger, and there is text spacing option. And similarly, there is pause animation options, which pauses the animation. The animation is paused, and we can hide images. Similarly, there is dyslexia-friendly option and cursor tooltips. There are various options you can try at your home. And continuing with my slide. So how do we check our resources for accessibility? There are color contrast checker, link, and second one is accessibility checker. Third one is web APIs for developers. Fourth one is easy.com for Nepali text. And fifth one is accessibility checker extension. So there are some importance of digital accessibility. First one is that we have to give equal opportunities for all the people to access the information and services. Similarly, it should be legally compliant with WCAG 2.2, W3C, and ADA, similarly with National Disability Acts of Nepal. And third one is innovation to benefit all users, improving their usability and satisfaction. So there are some components of digital accessibility. First one is that Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, that is WCAG, and W3C. And second one is software and application accessibility. And third one is content accessibility. So here is the conclusion of the presentation, that accessibility cannot benefit person with disability, it can benefit everyone. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Hi, Suhasini. Thank you for nice presentation. My name is Ranu. I just want to know, like, people, those who are blind are not able to see from birth, but like now in the young age, or they are accessing not only the WordPress, other websites. So how they can know what the website it is and how they feel the website is informative or e-commerce or something like that, if they want to buy something or maybe want to order something or anything. So how they can access the website, even though there is no software or no plugins available. So what's your suggestion for those people?
Thank you.
Like for WordPress, you suggested the plugin. If we enable the plugin, they can access. But what about the others?
Thank you for your question. Yes, you are right. Among the disabilities, people who are both deaf and blind have the most difficult time to access the content or for their daily life. We can use sign language, but they do not understand the full sign language. For them, the sign language is different. So from younger age, they are taught certain sign languages, which means certain things means this, and they interpret with that sign language.
Okay, so my another question is that apart from the sign language, women nowadays, mostly women I see who are facing the, like, you know, the disability issue, but they even don't know the sign language.
Yes.
So in that case, how we can help them, or how community can help them?
In Nepal, it is very difficult to aware people or build different technologies only for person with disability. So the government, policy makers, and innovation center should work on this. There is a organization called NAST in Nepal, which has the fund to develop technologies that help people. So they are not using that fund.
Okay.
And Robotics Association of Nepal is also working on different technologies. So as you saw on the slide, special technology was built for Mr. Stephen Hawking. Like that, we can build different technologies for them.
But he was the special person. Not everyone is special. So we just want to support community, not only in Nepal. At the global level, there are people facing the challenges. So
yes,
just for those, we can support. So I asked this question.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Sahas. I work as a project manager, product manager. So thank you so much for sharing the accessibility insight. Because whenever we are talking so much about product, I think accessibility is one of the very underrated things that we really go and discuss. Because whenever we are building a product, most of the population and customer segment are for normal peoples, healthy peoples. And accessibility has been a part of thing that's something considered something as a good to have feature that would come later on in the website. But now I can see the impact that it causes to those people who are not able to have a hold on those technologies with our normal senses. So they might be differently able on those things. So what are the suggestions that you have specifically for those private firms, private investors, for their consideration towards this accessibility thing? Because I know there might be very few demographics to whom there is a very high impact, but the population is very low. And in our product metrics, that's something good to have, right? So if there's any particular suggestions or things that you want to share to those private investors and firms, then I think that would be really helpful for us to march forward with those technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, what was the exact question?
My exact question was, what are the key suggestions that we can give to our investors and private firms to ensure that whatever technologies they are rolling out, that's accessible enough for all the people?
Okay. First of all, technology and disability are like parallel thing. If there is no technology that are accessible, people with disabilities cannot go hand in hand with other people, right? I am a person with disability, physical disability, and at the school age, I got admission in school which was nearby my home, but there was only till class 5. So after that, I need to continue my study from class 6, and there was a discussion on the family that where should we let her study or stop her study, what should we do? So some of our relatives said that it is not useful for her to continue her study because she will do nothing because she has the disability. But my parents told that whether she passes the exam or not, I will send her to school to let her know what the world is and what she will learn from the school. In spite of knowing that it will be difficult for me to go to another school, so I was admitted in the boarding school, and I got first division in SLC, and I continued my study till now. I had completed my master's degree. So it is only because of the accessibility. So if any organization or institution did not have any accessibility for me, it would have been very difficult for me to continue my study. And now also I teach at IIMS college at Putal Sadak as a lecturer, and the administration has said that my every class should be organized on the ground floor. Student will come to your class. You do not have to go to the student's class. So that is the facility I got. So similarly, tech companies and other investors should also know that the person with disabilities also have their dreams to pursue their career in IT and a different field. So each and every person should be given equal opportunities, I think.
That will be all for the questions. If anybody has questions, Suhasini will be around. You can ask her later. Now I guess most of us understood the importance of inclusive web design and methods to make that happen. I got to learn quite a few things. I never knew YouTube had a transcript feature. Neither did I know about Netflix. So now we'd like to provide Suhasini with a token of love and gratitude.
Thank you. Thank you all.
now moving ahead, how many of you knew what a data leak is? How many of you know what a data leak is? Please raise your hands. Would anyone like to tell the crowd what a data leak is? No? Okay. So, as per Wikipedia, a data leak, a data breach, also known as data leakage, is the unauthorized exposure, disclosure, or loss of personal information. Milan, if I'm wrong, please feel free to roast me. Now imagine taking place. Now imagine that taking place for a business. How likely are you to trust the business that goes through it? Not very much, right? Now the problem being faced by businesses and individuals is that this happens quite a bit. But fear not, we have Milan Khanal. He is like Sherlock Holmes, but works in IT and catches criminals in your code. Currently, he is a facilitator, consultant, and industrial linkages, global leaders at Hanyang University, South Korea. He is also head of business operations at WP Creative. Now that we all would like to secure our business's trust, let's call upon stage Milan Khanal with a huge round of applause for his talk on the topic, Building Businesses' Trust with Forensic Security to Protect Your WordPress Site.
Thank you. Am I audible? Good? Okay. Thank you so much for this warm introduction. I'm not a Sherlock Holmes, by the way. I do not have the UK accent. So I'm going to do this. Technical thing happens. My slides are visible? Are all good? Can I get the pointer? Click. Is it working fine? Yes, this is working fine. So good afternoon, everybody. This is me, Milan Khanal, Head of Business Operations at WP Creative. And today we are going to talk about building business trust. It's about forensic security strategy to protect your WordPress site. So just imagine this is the story of everyone. This is the story of mistakes. This is the story of malware. And this is also the story of Mr. Bean. Because Mr. Bean is going to be the character for today, where he is going to get panicked, where he is going to get more sufficient things, and where he is also going to get some awareness about the forensic security. So today, how many of you are developers here? How many of you have worked on the security side of things? And how many of you think it has got a lot of troubles within these 4 or 5 months with the security kind of things? How many of you faced that? I think we have an audience who could relate to this content. So let's begin this session. So we have a very layman kind of things. That is, imagine your website get hacked. What do you do first? Do your engineering setup have that capacity to tell to your clients that, okay, my website has become, okay, because of this reason, my website is getting hacked. Because of this happened, there is a logs, my website is being hacked because of these reasons. Do your engineering capacity have that? Do your agency or do your product company offer this kind of services? Let's say if you are an agency and one of your agency website got hacked, what happens? The website business owner get panicked, right? So do you as well, because you have not implemented any kind of forensic security in their client website as well. There is a business chaos happening on the side of the business side. There is a chaos happening on the client side. There's a business happening. There's a chaos happening on the agency side as well. It's a loop. It's a loop. And as a business owners, now there is a high probability of your client getting churned. Because if I do not feel safe with the agency that do not have the forensic security implemented or do not have that kind of policies, then I will not try to engage on that agencies because of my security reasons. So if you see the data from 2023 to 2024, 34% of increase of scams, vulnerabilities has been rise in WordPress websites. So that means if you are the 70% of the global leaders that's coming rise on the website agency, that means 70% of the website agency is being held by WordPress. That means it's also on the attack as well, right? If you are on a top, someone wants to make you down. So we should be aware about this kind of situations happening there. So if you can see from the stacks of the patch stack, so you can see the data that, okay, every year, the rise of security is being more concerning every time and again. So this is the real fact that's coming up every day. So as I already introduced myself, I'm going to tell you about how as an agency, how as an Mr. Bean, as a website owner, how should we be collaborating with each other to make sure that this forensic security is being taken care of. Let's go with a very example of this. Okay. Whenever there is a Mr. Bean, then there is a lot of things happening with the Mr. Bean. Sometimes his teddy bear gets lost. Sometimes he makes a very funny toast, if you've seen Mr. Bean in his cartoons and all. So he makes a really funny toast and all. He's a very successful business owner. He writes his blogs, he maintains his websites with a lot of things that's happening within his portfolios, right? So he's very successful in terms of website. He has his own portfolio. He makes the website, he uploads the content. He has very beautiful designs in the websites. But with this, he's very carefree. He's very unprotected. He do not care about the security kind of things. He just manages it with the beautiful website. Very chitikka parega. But do not give any kind of things in terms of security. He do not care about the plugins update. He do not care about the maintenance that is being done. He do not care about the minimum firewalls and security things that is being implemented, should be implemented on WordPress and in his website. What happened one day is, his website get hacked. Even Batman could not save him because he has not implemented the security kind of things from his side. He just maintained his website. He do not care about the plugins update and all. So that means if you have not implemented any kind of forensic security, then a lot of business get chaos environment. There is no revert back option when your website get hacked. There is a lot of things that should be on place to make it secure first. So the Mr. Bean now got panicked. He got a phone call from his customers. You can relate to the Mr. Bean now. He get panicked. He get a lot of phone calls from his customers. He get a lot of complaints. He get reviews. He was having 5 reviews. Now the reviews started to get down to 1, 2. This is the bullshit website. This is coming a lot of unwanted contents. We are getting spam emails because I was the subscriber of this website. That means you as a business owner lost your reputations on the market. You as a client face a lot of backlash. What happened? You invested a lot of money on the beautiful designs of UI and UX. You invested a lot of money on SEO to make it on the top front. But everything will go when your website get hacked if you do not care about your security. Once your website get hacked and there is a breach happened, then Google indexing also do not work as per the rule. It vanishes from your SEO progress that has been done for months. So that means it is not only the business loss, it is the development loss as well. There is a loss happening on the multi-sectors in terms of financial loss, in terms of development loss, in terms of your reputation loss, because the reputation is really high in this web agency world. It took us, I think, 10 years. For the Mr. Bean, it took him like 5 years to build the reputation. But what happened? The reputation was lost within a few hacking things that happened. So let's see. My slide is visible? No, right? Okay, so the impact that you can see is the customer trust has been broken. 70% of drop in traffic. Previously, it used to have a lot of traffic on the website. Now, with the website being hacked, 70% of traffic has been reduced. So there is a lot of refund that is being requested to Mr. Bean because he was subscribers of a lot of things. He had a lot of premium things that was on the website. A lot of refund were asked because a lot of things has been hacked and the data breach was there. And sponsor loss. Because Mr. Bean was a traveler and a vlogger, he got the sponsor loss because he used to get a lot of sponsors for his travel and vlogs. But now, he lost his sponsor as well. Now he's sad. He is looking at his teddy bear and the impact that you can see on the business side. So, very, very soft questions from your side. If you were a hacker, where do we start from? There are a lot of options, right? Very easily accessible PHP logins, admin user as username, admin, no SSL certificates, no trust badges, inactive admin 2, user not deleted, outdated plugin warnings, comments open without spam protection. So these are the very first step that any hacker can get your access with. If you were a hacker, where did you start from? I could have started with no SSL. If I were a hacker, then I will select the sites who has no SSL certificates because it's very easy to get on that hack zone. So this is really important. So these are the things that you should be taking aware of your websites. So real consequences. 60% of small businesses get closed within 6 months. It's because they do not maintain the website. They do not maintain the breach from their side. The security companies and the security hackers that they try to do in the bots, they always attack the smaller websites because it's very easy. They have not maintained anything from their side. So any startup who has not taken care of security closes within 6 months. This is the reason, because they have not taken care about the security kind of things. So hackers do not need much of information. They just need one crack in the door to get into the system, get into any kind of website or any kind of the logins that they need to go in. So this is really, really important to know that our every site should be secure from every angle of the things. If there is only one thing that is, the door is unlocked, the hacker can enter from that point, and your whole website and business reputation will be on risk. So common mistakes that Mr. Bean did from his side. He used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as his password. Silly passwords. Ignoring plugin update for the months. He did not care about, once the website was built, he did not care about the plugins that needs to be maintained every month. He did not care about the maintenance kind of things. He thought, I was too small to get hacked. Who is going to hack me because I'm too small? That mindset cost him a lot of money now because he need to hire the forensic security expert now to get his website back. The money that he was trying to save from the forensic security, now after that is being hacked, he's going to charge a lot of money from a forensic security expert because to get it away and to revive the site, everything should be on the front end. So leaving backup plugins deactivated, this is the worst. If your backup plugins is not activated, you do not have any kind of things to reactivate it and launch the new site on your site if something happens wrong. So this is really important that the Mr. Bean did wrong. He deactivated his backup plugins from his site. So the next thing is, am I clickable? This is the change? No. Let me do it. Okay. So you can see, you can have the best design, the fastest load speed. You might have used a lot of plugins to make your website faster, right? You might have used 10 SEO plugins to make sure that your SEO get high on the rank. But what is the use of that when your site get hacked and you are losing that client? You are losing their trust. Whatever plugins and whatever fast site you make it, but if you are not maintaining it, you are losing the trust. You are losing the client. So if you make your site 100 times faster as well, so it's going to get lost. So that's a real fact any website should happen. So what is the solution now? The solution is all about the forensic security. So forensic security is all about mix of security, camera. It's a camera for you. If you have kept CCTV camera in your house, it's kind of a camera for your website. So forensic security is kind of a detective and a recovery team. It's a kind of a mixture of security camera, detective, and recovery team. It explains, it records, and it responds what client love. That is log monitoring, log analysis, and root cause analysis of things, and also helps you to prevent from this kind of attacks being happen there. So why agencies lose client over poor security? It's because there is a data breach, there is a missed updates, there is no activity logs, SEO loss is called to revenue loss, and there is a lot of law and compliance suits happening there. So if your data get breached, you will be on compliance breach in a lot of countries, including Nepal as well. So you have to face that consequences in terms of privacy. If your data also got breached on the dark web, now all of your things has to be revolved around the dark web, and a lot of ransomware might ask you for money. So that means you are losing the trust for the client as well. So how agency can win client trust now then? If something happens, then there should be a monitoring mechanism. There should be a VAPT, vulnerable assessment and penetration testing, VAPT. This is the must-have for any agencies or any business owner to implement on their website, at least for quarter. In their quarter, they should be implementing VAPT. And the next thing is about the reporting, transparency, compliance, and positioning. So they should be taking care of these kind of things to win the client again in terms of forensic, in terms of agency world. So what happened? What did the Mr. Bean do for the turning point for him? He might have done something for him to make sure that everything was on this normal state. So that means the turning point for the Mr. Bean was implementing the forensic security implementation. So what are those? Security reports and log. Client feels safer with 24/7 monitoring system. If your website is being monitored for 24/7, then client feel more safe. Okay, this agency or this business owners or this company is monitoring my website for 24/7, so that means they know what is going on with my website. They feel more secure. So they try to give the website and their business to us, to the agency that monitor 24/7. So this is how you win the trust of the clients. This is how you generate the leads. This is how you can use on your sales page. Now we are monitoring your website for 24/7. You can use it on your sales page. So the client feel more secure now. The client feel more secure. That is how you will gonna win the trust of the client and you get more business as an agency. The next thing is about implementing this forensic security like log analysis. Tool like WP activity log, WordFence is really important to have in your websites. This is one of the, I think, firewall, one of the basic thing that every website should be having in terms of the security kind of things. Activity log help you to monitor what's going on, and WordFence is going to detect what's coming up in terms of vulnerable things, whatever things that's coming up on your website. So it blocks you, it gets you aware of this kind of situations, and help you to analyze the log analysis. Track from who logged in, from where, and why did they do this. So everything is being tracked with these tools. So this is really important to be implemented on the website. And the next thing is about the file integrity check. Tools like iThemes, it compares the current plugin, core plugin with the original ones. A lot of vulnerable things comes and malware comes from this kind of plugins. So these tools help you to identify okay, this is the original file, this is the genuine file. So it helps you to identify what are the file integrity check that should be happening on your websites. If you are integrating any kind of plugins, then this is the real most one to be implemented on your website. And the next thing is about, I think this is one of my favorite kind of things, server and network monitoring. Tools like Wireshark, ELK stack is really important to detect outbound connection to unknown IPs. A lot of things happens within your network, a lot of things happens outside your network. There should be some kind of network and server monitoring tool that detects this kind of things from entering to your agency or to your websites, to your network. So these are the tools like Wireshark and ELT stack. We use it to protect our network. I think network protection and protection of your endpoints is really important in today's era, because a lot of things go wrong from your endpoints, because you might have installed malware or vulnerabilities that's coming out from the plugins or any kind of website. So how to detect that? It's from the server and network monitoring tools like this. They will detect you to prevent you from the phishing or any kind of scams that's happening on your websites. So what is the ROI of forensic security? Because I'm the business person, I always think about ROI, return of investment, because it's going to cost you a lot of money. But what is the ROI of this forensic security? So the ROI of the forensic security is client trusts you with a digital presence. If you want to move on, if you want to build a startup, or if you want to build your agency to the higher world, you need to win the trust of your client. So that means your digital presence, your digital badges, we are certified on these kind of things. Digital badges help you to win the client trust. This is really important. Trust encodes silently. Everything happens, if something is happening well, nobody is going to notice you. But when something goes wrong, everybody will pointing fingers towards you. So that's where trust really lies on business, until it's too late. And the next thing is about compliance certifications. So if your agency or if your business is compliance certificate like GDPR, HIPAA compliance, then client and the business owners tend to give more business to you, because they feel more secure, because this agency follow this kind of compliance, they are certified with this kind of compliance. So that means the security and this kind of things becomes more ISO certifications, so they give more business to you. This is how you win the business trust, with this kind of compliance and certifications that should be implemented on your websites. So next thing is about the public transparency statement. Sometimes, this is the IT world, things might go wrong, but it's not about keeping your hand closed, but educating your clients. Okay, something happened, but we have your back. It's something really interesting to be told to the client. You should be proactive enough to tell the client that, okay, this has happened, now we are analyzing this tool, and we are now detecting this problem, and we'll solve it. This statement is really powerful in this agency world as a business, because if you keep your mouth shut and do not care about anything to your clients, then they're gonna backfire you. They're gonna churn your projects, because you did not become proactive enough to tell what's happened and what was the transparency being created within your clients. The transparency of what's going on is really important to win the client's trust in this forensic and business world. So next thing is about the incident reports and recovery plans. The tools like Manage WP and the tools like WordTrends and other things, it really helps you to create the backups, plugin updates, themes update, detects the user, who are the users being admin there, who are the login activities that was there, generates the reports of the client in terms of security kind of things, updates. So tools like Manage WP is really important for you to integrate on your sites, so that you can generate a one dashboard where you can see everything from your site. So this is really important for you to create that transparency with the client, saying, okay, we are using this kind of tools where everything is being monitored from your side. Your uptime, your logs, your login behaviors, your plugin status, your security kind of things. So everything is being monitored by single tool. So this is really important. This is one of the example of the tool. There might be a lot of tools like Sukuri. There might be tools like, we use a lot of Sukuri, and we also use a lot of New Relic. So these are the tools also really important from a business point of view to keep yourself up to date and keep your clients informed and gain more business and trust from your client side. So for the advanced forensic security, VAPT, as I already told you, VAPT is really important because every quarter, I think every agencies and every website owner should be doing your VAPT for every of your website. That is really important. It's going to cost you money, but in the long term, in the ROI, it is going to save you a lot of things, a lot of kiosks from your side. Tools like Sukuri, tools like YANMAP, that is a network mapper. This is really important for you to be known about this. And WP Activity Log and WordFence. These are the advanced VAPT and forensic security tool that every business owner and website should be implementing in their websites to protect, to gain more trust. If you're using these tools and communicating in sales pitch of your website, the people who is giving you more business will feel more secure. Because we are using, I think, full-fledged of forensic security. If something goes wrong, this tool help you to detect and identify the problem. This is really important tools. And the next thing is about the advanced incident analysis and finding the hacker's entry point. This is really important to find out the hacker's entry point from any kind of businesses. This tool will help you to find out the entry point for the hackers. So if you are implementing this tool, it will be really easy for the log analysis and trace the mark is for any kind of things that should be revived back to the website. And the next thing is about the malware removal and damage control. So you can reinstall those things that was damaged and again reinstall your website and get back your business back. If your website is not back within, I think, 1 or 2 days, then there are a lot of business loss happening. So this kind of tools that we already talked about, forensic tool, help you to revive your business really quick. If something goes wrong, there should be a mechanism. Your forensic team, your security team should have that revive mechanism to revive everything back within an hours. That should be the agency, that should be the target for every agencies, because that's where your capability lies, right? And the next thing is about login tracking, malware scan, firewall, compliance proof, and customer proof is really important to gain more sales, to gain more leads, to gain more trust of your clients, because this is really important. Your UI might attract the customers, but I think in my last slide, I will be giving this point, but your security helps the client to stay. Your UI attracts the clients, but your security, the compliance and things that is being implemented on the website and your agency helps for the more retention. So this is really important. So the comeback for Mr. Bean website is back stronger than ever. It's because he thought he was only making the travel vlogs, but now he tracks every secure things. He tracks every logins now. He tracks every updates. He updates his plugin. He do the maintenance of his website. He removes the technical depth that we call it. He removes the technical depth from his side, and he gains the customer back to the trust. So I think everyone builds a style guide. Whenever we start the projects, everyone builds the style guides. But do you build the trust guide? I think this is the biggest question that you should be asking to yourself. As an agency, as a WordPress developer, as well as a lot of marketing company, you should be asking this. So lessons from Mr. Bean. Security plus transparency is equal to the business growth, that is customer loyalty. That gives you peace of mind. So every business owners and every agency want, and every business people want peace of mind. So this is really important to get that peace of mind from your side. The secure website leads you to the better partnerships, better conversions, and long-term success. This is not only for the development team, but it is for all the agencies and SEO teams as well. Better conversions lies on your security plans as well. Whenever you introduce your security plans, there is a better conversion rate that should be happening there. And don't wait for breach to learn the lesson. Be proactive, be transparent, be trusted, and remember, don't be like Mr. Bean. Be proactive enough to say, okay, this should be implemented. Implement some forensic security tools in your agency, in your website. Be proactive enough. Sell your tools to the client. Say, okay, we are implementing this kind of tools. We are making more secure to your website. Sell that. It will build the trust. It will build the more business. It will build more sales pitch. It will bring you more sales pitch. Integrate that as a maintenance plan. Integrate that as a security plan on your plans that you offer to your WordPress companies or any agency that you do. Trust me, it will bring a lot of lead conversion. We have tried that, and we are one of the example of that success. So it will bring that success, but do not be like Mr. Bean, who do not care about the security, who do not care about updating your website, do not care about that technical depth kind of things. So yeah, your design brings them in. Your design brings them in. The sales pitch that you do always brings them in, but your security makes them stay. Thank you so much, guys.
The floor is open for questions now.
Firstly, thank you for the candid presentation. You actually drill about the securities from top VAPT to down the things. So my query is like there are many standards. Like sometimes we follow OAuth, and there are some. So on your journey or in your part of doing things. Do you have any kind of particular standard that you met by customizing, or you like certain kind of standards? What is your view on that point?
Okay, so it depends upon case to case, but I will be sharing my experience based on my experience. So, in terms of standards, I think the first point in terms of your company, let's talk about company agency. The first thing that you need to protect is about protecting your endpoints. Yeah, in devices. Because, as I already said, a lot of things go wrong from your in devices. So I think there should be some kind of policy being implemented within a company. Your security team might help you on that. But what kind of policy that you really want to implement within your agency is one of the topics that should be done. The same might be using VPN for the login credentials. Because if you leave everything within a network and there is no VPN connected, then there might be a lot of less trash, right? So with a VPN, or a lot of things that should be managed, or security firewalls like antiviruses should be implemented on the endpoint devices. That should be done from the basic level. In the website level, tools like WordFence, there should be integration of the WordFence, where at least you know who is going to attack you on DDoS, or there is a kind of IP things that's being under attack with the bots kind of thing. This kind of devices, this kind of plugin detects at least acts as a firewall for you. And the other thing that you can do is, as I said, VAPT. Every 3 months, I suggest every agency to do the VAPT from their side. There should be a security assessment should be done. There should be security audit should be done every 3 months, so that you should know where are we missing. Where are we missing and where is the gap being there? So it's kind of a policy that you create within yourself. If you do not care about that, your agency might work, but after 6 months, if something goes wrong, a lot of things happens, chaos happening at once, and there is the panic there. The decision comes on a panic state rather than a plan state. So this is how you plan yourself. There is no set of rules that's A, B, C, D, but it's about your mindset. How do you want to implement the forensic security in your agency or in your websites? Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah, this is the last question we'll be entertaining though.
Hello, am I audible? Okay. Again, it's Mr. Haas. So thanks for the wonderful presentation. As I was following you through the entire slides, to maintain the customer trust, you have to be transparent enough, and they should know what has been going on in the background. But whenever I deal with non-technical clients, they do not want too much of transparency. They don't want any email from me that involves any technical jargons in it. So they simply say, we don't understand it at all. We want the issue to be resolved. Now, this might differ based on the experience that we have, but I would really love to know your experience on how we deal with non-technical clients for whom you are working with security fixes, and at the same time, you should ensure that you are not overwhelming them with the updates. So at that point of time, how would you ensure that the transparency is there, the trust factor is there, at the same time, you're not overwhelming your clients? So what are the measures that you opt for? Thank you.
All right. I think That's really challenging with the client perspective as well, because sometimes over-transparent thing also might backfire you. Because if you want to sell everything, if you want to say everything to your client, then they might get more panicked as well. Because, okay, what's happening, right? But how do you say those information is really important? You know, you do not have to say them, we are doing VAPT, or we are doing this kind of analysis or something kind of thing. We can say, something went wrong, we have your back. We are fixing it. We take that ownership to fix it. We'll get it done. We'll make it live again. This kind of confidence voices, this kind of confidence messages really empowers non-technical clients. They do not want to hear about what is the technical things that I'm doing, A, B, C, D. They do not want this update, but they want the communication styles to be there. How you communicate with the client, right? This is really matter in terms of trust business. And the next thing is about how do you present yourself with the client is also important. If you are always doing some kind of things that is always going wrong from past 4 or 5 months, then that's going to create a lot of chaos. But to prevent that, you can send the reports every month, right? You are sending the reports every month. That builds the trust to the client saying, okay, these guys are taking care of my security. They are sending reports every month with a lot of things in terms of security, like either might be maintenance, either might be updates, either might be some kind of things, activity logs, log links that's happening there. But when something goes wrong on the 5th month, they also understand it, okay, these guys know what they are good at. Because we are sending updates, we are keeping them more informed about this kind of situation. In that kind of situation, we might say, okay, from our tools and techniques that we are using, we saw something is happening wrong. Rather than you reporting us, we are reporting you back proactively because we want you to be aware of this kind of situation. And we are taking this ownership. Ownership is a very powerful word in terms of business. And we are taking this ownership, we'll get it done, we'll fix it and make it live. So allow us some time, we are analyzing it from our side and make it back. So this kind of terminology and this kind of communication style that you do with your client helps you to gain more business with a non-technical client.
Okay, thank you, Milan. I think we all would like to be carefree like Mr. Bean, but building website is definitely not his strong suit. We have a small token of love and gratitude for Mr. Milan. Corruption starts from us, is what George told me yesterday, to which I agree and stuck with me, so I thought I'd share it with you. No, we are not talking politics. Yes, we are still at Wordcamp. We as people always try to get the best deal on things, whether it's grocery shopping, tech hunting, or when hiring. But when it comes to hiring, finding a deal may cost both parties more in the longer run. Curious how that happens, right? Well, that's why we have George here. He found working in English too easy. That's not how he rolls. So he chose German customer support instead. If you know, you know. He is a very fun, hardworking guy with a great sense of humor. So with a huge round of applause, let's welcome George Kevin Paquette for his speech on the topic, how to hire ethically from emerging markets or from Philippines.
All right. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Glad to see all of you here. And indeed, I will be talking about how to hire ethically from emerging markets. But before we get to that, I will ask you 5 questions. And if this is a question that appeals to you, or it's a question that you agree on, or that happened to you today, I would ask you to please stand up. All right, so please stand up if this is your first ever WordCamp. Stand up, first ever WordCampers, okay. Please stay standing, okay, and then please stand up if you have ever broken a WordPress website and had to fix it at 2 a.m. Okay, great. Please stand up if you had to help someone else fix a WordPress-related problem. Okay, great, great. And please stand up if you have traveled more than 30 minutes to get to the venue. So I traveled like 12 hours, so great. And last but not least question, please stand up if you had too much coffee today or if you need more coffee today. All right. Okay, so it's really lovely to see all of the people that are standing up. One of the reasons why I love traveling to WordCamps is not really just for myself, but because of people like you that are supporting the community, and for that, please give yourselves a round of applause. Okay. Okay, please settle down now. All right, so before I get started, I want to thank the organizers, all of the volunteers who made Wordcamp Nepal happen. This is my first time to have a WordCamp here far away from the Philippines. I went to WordCamp Sydney last November, and it was also a different experience, and it's really nice to see the vibrant culture that we have here and the vibrant people that you have here as well. And with this talk, I hope to address some of the pressing issues that are happening. A lot of companies coming from outside of Nepal, or in my case, coming from outside of the Philippines, are entering our countries, getting our talent, but are instead paying us pennies. Not all of the companies are like that, but I'm sure that you have received offers that pay you or that expect you to work for $2 per hour. All right? But it's really a double-edged sword. Sometimes you feel like you don't have the talent to do more than 2 hours, $2 per hour of work, and sometimes there's no better offer on the table. So with this talk, I hope to speak towards the entrepreneurs, the business owners, the agency owners, to make sure that you don't just get talent because it's cheaper here in Asian markets or in the emerging markets, but because you want to have a sustainable workforce in the long run. Now, this talk, I have a complementary talk of this in the Philippines. I call it How to Work Ethically for Foreign Clients, because not only the businesses need to be ethical, but also the clients, the workers as well. So if we have some time in the end, I will give you a brief preview of how that topic looks like. All right, so a little bit about me. People have been asking me when I started using WordPress, and I usually show them that picture. So both of Matt and I, a little bit younger at the time. I started in 2008. I started WordPress because my computer couldn't play any video games, and I got bored. And ever since, I've been talking about WordPress, developing WordPress sites on and off, and as mentioned, I usually work with German clients at the moment. So why does ethical hiring matter? For me, there are 3 major points why this is something very important. First, we will discuss later on what is actual ethical hiring. People might confuse it with DEI or inclusivity, if you're familiar with that concept. And then we will go over the rise of outsourcing to emerging markets like here and in the Philippines. And of course, the importance of fair treatment, because again, business owners should not just hire to make a business cut or a expense or a cut in terms of expenses, but also to have a sustainable working partnership with their employees in the long run. First, we need to ensure fair working conditions. But I am only working from home. How can my working conditions not be fair? Well, it depends. How many hours are you going to be working? Do you have an appropriate contract? Are you being paid fairly enough based on the output that you are providing? And regardless of from where you are hired from, we need to make sure that business owners know that they can just give $2 per hour to any role that they want, and instead have to look more deeply at the living conditions of the people they're hiring from and make it equitable and equal to the global market pricing as well. So it's more than just cost cutting, it's creating a sustainable and long-term partnership between the employer, the business owner, and his or her employees. So it's not just about being nice, it's about being sustainable in the long run. Okay, first, next point, the rise of outsourcing. If you've noticed, in the last 10 years, a lot of people have started using WordPress, started using other technologies from emerging markets. More and more Western companies have come over to us, hire our talent, not just because we are great, but indeed we are really great, but because they can save a little bit in terms of cost. And that's totally fine. That's what businesses are for. We need to make a profit, they need to make a profit, and we need to make a living. And the downside of this is they still expect the same equal, amazing quality that they would possibly get in their own country at the cost of something very less, or the fraction of the cost that they would usually spend. And the nice thing about the digital age, or especially the pandemic, if you've noticed, it really opened up the work for remote work. Working from home, working from anywhere you are on the planet for as long as you have a decent internet connection. So it's much easier for global companies to hire people from anywhere, and it's much easier for us to work for any employer that we want or that would accept us. Now, importance of fair treatment for mutual success. A lot of times I listen to people who are earning a lot of money. In the Philippines, we call them 6-digit earners. They would always talk about getting a burnout. They would always talk about having very stressful clients or having too many clients at the same time, and it would really burn them out. And I suppose we need to find a balance of making enough money that we are happy with what we are doing, that we are sustainable in the terms of our lifestyles, in the terms of our indulgences and the needs of our families, if we have families, and also make sure that our mental health isn't going to be too affected. Last night I had a talk with one of the attendees of the dinner, and he was sharing about his sister who accepted a pay cut in exchange for a better working environment, in exchange for being in a place where she is a bit more valued, even though the salary wasn't exactly the same or what she got elsewhere. So when workers feel valued, fairly compensated, they are more engaged, more productive, and more loyal to their employers. So again, it's not always about the money, and it shouldn't always be about the money, if you ask me, because if you're just looking after the next big paycheck, you will probably be jumping from company to company, and maybe you can sustain something like that. That's up to you. But I would prefer to be with a company long-term and grow with them. And there are some instances where a lot of employers pay little for some of the employees that they have, and exploitations can lead to high turnover. What do I mean by this? Say, for example, you are getting paid $2 per hour, and then suddenly you get an offer of $5 per hour. So naturally, you will most likely jump to the other client. And this will harm the business of the one who previously hired you, because they will have to look for another person again, they will have to train for another person again, they will have to integrate them into the culture. And having a high turnover rate is also very hampering to a business, because you don't really build a culture within your team, because you keep on having new faces, you keep on having to train new faces, and it destroys the morale of the company in the long run, if there are even people still loyal to the company. Companies that invest in fair wages and ethical practices often outperform competitors in the long run, because they can attract and retain better talent. Yes, for $2 you can get amazing talent for 2 months,
but after 2 months, that talent will go away and look for a job elsewhere. Now, if you hire someone who might probably not be that amazing, but you offer them a good salary, give them the ability to learn, the ability to grow, in 2 to 3 months' time, when you would have lost another person, he or she would already be a rock star in the role that you are hiring for. And there are really some challenges when it comes to hiring from emerging markets, because again, it's not only about the compensation that we need to look at, and there are many other pitfalls when it comes to the hiring process that we need to address. Now, what are some of these pitfalls? Number one, as I mentioned, wage exploitation. And number two, misaligned expectations. If you've been on LinkedIn or other job platforms that you're familiar with here, I'm not sure what those are, but let's say, for example, LinkedIn or Upwork, you might see someone looking for a social media manager, but expecting them to know how WordPress works, expecting them to know how graphic design works, and expecting them also to know a little bit of SEO on the side. So it's best if you align expectations with the person that you're hiring for, because you can't really ask for a social media manager that can know all of these different things. Or in this example, you can't really ask someone to be available 24/7 just because they're working from home, just because they are working from anywhere possible. You need to set certain work hours, perhaps, or if you have an agreement to be on a flexible time schedule, then that's fine, but you need to set a certain work schedule with your employees. Lack of transparency. This is also something that's very common on the platforms that we have in the Philippines. You start working immediately, you don't have a proper contract, and when the assistant asks or when the employee asks, when I'm getting paid, they will get told, we'll pay you soon, or we'll figure it out as we go. So before you start working for someone, or before you start hiring someone, make sure that you have it written in a contract. I understand that due to different jurisdictions, someone from the Philippines, someone from the United States, it doesn't really hold much legal weight, but at least have it written. Every time, cover how much are you getting paid, how much the workload is, and the deadlines and the payment schedules and termination terms, which are also very important, because sometimes employers would just terminate you for no apparent reason, and in that sense, you don't really have, something to fall back on. So in my case, whenever I have a contract, I'll always input that the employer needs to let me know 30 days prior. Similarly to how if you want to resign from a role, you usually also have a 30-day notice, right? So just to be fair on both sides. And also, one point when an employer would ask me, we'll pay you soon or we'll figure it out as we go with it, one thing that I would respond to them as well is, would you like your employee to say, we'll figure out how to create your website? Would you like me to say, I'll figure it out how we do it? So of course, be fair when it comes to the transparency and contracts. And another very important aspect, also very important to you here probably, is the ignoring cultural differences. So here you have a different communication style. In the Philippines, we have a different communication style. And these kinds of nuances are things that need to be respected. In the Philippines, a lot of people don't really know how to say no. Even when they are given a task that they don't really know or want to do, we usually say, I'll try, I'll check, even though that actually means no. Employers should learn how, in our case, Filipinos communicate and work and encourage honesty. And this should also be true if they would be hiring from this place. So another stereotype that's very often that I hear is German employers or German colleagues are usually very rude. That's what I would usually hear. But it's not actually that they are rude. It's actually that they are a bit more direct, a bit more frank, and they don't sugarcoat their opinion. So it's not really rudeness. It just appears as rudeness to us because we might not be familiar with that kind of communication. All right? Core principles of ethical hiring. Number one, pay fair wages. Research labor laws. You definitely have labor laws here as well, so I'll go over each of these points again. Be transparent. And one point that I haven't tackled yet is invest in growth. And of course, avoid exploitation. So pay fair wages. You need to research the local cost of living. Is the rate that I'm giving my employee even sustainable from where they're living from? Is the salary that I'm offering even matching or close to matching what the global talents are getting? It doesn't mean that the person comes from Vietnam, you can pay them 60, 70% less, all right? Respect labor laws. So every country has its own labor laws. In the Philippines, for example, if you are working with a company for over a year, or even less, you are given a 13-month pay. What is 13-month pay? 13-month pay is like you get another extra month of salary. But say, for example, you started in June, and then by December, you get a prorated compensation. So that would be like the total amount of money that you've earned divided by 12 times the months that you have stayed in a company. So something like that. I don't know about your leave credits here. So be respectful of providing your employees leave credits. Be respectful of providing them time off. If the country has maternity leaves, paternity leaves, all of these different things have to be considered. You can't just hire people and go about it and have them work every single day or 5 days of a week until the end of the month. No, you need to consider maybe holidays or holidays off, those kinds of things, just to be a bit more humane with your workforce. Again, be transparent. Don't have any sketchy contracts. Don't be unfair, and don't include some unfair clauses. There have been some instances where a friend of mine has signed a contract, and it had a small clause that said if the project won't finish, he wouldn't get paid at all. So the project didn't finish. The project was close to completion, 80% done. He was supposed to be paid a decent amount, but because of that clause, the employer said, no, I don't have to pay you because we didn't finish the project. So time wasted for him, a very unfair contract. And also invest in growth. If you want better results, you need to offer training. You need to upskill your employees, and you need to provide career options for them. Not everyone wants to be a WordPress developer forever. Not everyone wants to be a programmer forever. There are some people that would prefer venturing out. Maybe they realize after a while, actually, I'm really good in handling people. Actually, I'm really good in creating documentation or those kinds of things. So provide your employees the opportunity for growth. Provide your employees the opportunity to figure out how they can best support the business. Because, say, for example, you're keeping an employee as a WordPress developer. And in fact, they're actually really great at project management. You're not just hindering him or her, you're also hindering your business in terms of having a great project manager in the long run. Right? Don't expect cheap labor with premium results. If you want quality work, pay accordingly. Now, here are some of the factors that you can consider in terms of hiring. A beginner VA, or what we call virtual assistant, is not equal to someone who has, say, 10 years of experience in WordPress development. Okay? So you need to price it accordingly. In the Philippines, a lot of employers love to use the term virtual assistant for everything. They say, I need a virtual assistant, but the virtual assistant needs to know SEO, needs to know WordPress, needs to know CRM, needs to know lead generation, all of those different kinds of things. No. Be clear about the different roles that you want in your company, and don't hire an entire development team in just one person. Compare with industry benchmarks. You can check on Upwork, you can check on Glassdoor or local job boards to see what other employers are paying. And again, fair wages usually tend to have you retain your workforce and have them be more productive. Underpaid workers, job hub. In the Philippines, we have a lot of call centers, and a lot of people are jumping from one call center to another call center because they receive better offers there. So you want to avoid people job hopping from one place to another because you have to train them again over and over. So why is it worth considering a more ethical hiring process? People will stick around longer. Something that I've noticed from some of the major sponsors of our WordCamp events that we've had in the past and here even right now, a lot of their employees seem to be very happy, very jolly. So probably they're being paid right, being treated right. You also build up a better reputation. It's easier for you to attract top talent when people around the industry know that you are paying a decent amount. You have higher productivity because the employee doesn't have to worry about where to get his next meal because they are being paid appropriately. And sustainable because you don't have to keep rehiring every 3 months. This is something that we've had a huge problem with in the past in the Philippines. I used to be a training manager at a VA agency, and we used to pay our digital marketing assistants just 20,000 pesos. I don't know how much it is here, or here, less than 400 per month for a full-time role doing everything from lead generation, from SEO, from WordPress, from email marketing, from automations. And of course, we had extremely high attrition. A lot of people were leaving every time. The moment that there was a better offer, they would go. We had a lot of poaching and pirating because our clients found out that we were paying them so little. They decided to take the virtual assistants away from us and hire them directly. Poor morale, of course, no growth, and zero sustainability. The only reason why this kind of a system works was people or employees were enabling this kind of a system because people were accepting this kind of offer as well. And being a VA has been something fairly new in our community since the pandemic in Davao. So they got away with that. Now, we started a different kind of a company that was paying at least twice as much for much less of work. So say, for example, you are hired as an email marketing specialist, you would just do email marketing. You would just do MailChimp or similar tools. Barely any person resigned. People didn't get poached because they didn't have to tell on their clients that they are being paid very little. And perhaps something that we could have done better is provide room for improvement, upscaling opportunities for them, and maybe a scheme for a salary increase because, yes, they got 40,000 per month at the beginning, but there was no salary increase after that. So yeah, again, I would request everyone who is a business owner or who is part of a company to let them know to assess your current hiring process. It's not just all about DEI. From what I understand and believe, not a lot of companies are on the DEI train anymore. DEI means diversity, equity, and inclusivity. So it's not just about hiring people of color anymore, people that are underrepresented. But really, for me, it's about also hiring ethically, making sure that you are not just hiring from emerging markets because they will accept any kind of offer, but because you respect the talent, you appreciate the talent, and you want to have the talent grow. Tell your company to set fair pay standards, create transparent contracts, train and develop your team, because at the end of the day, all of us want to learn and grow, I believe, right? So whether the employee is there for a month, whether the employee is there for a year, he or she would still want to grow further in the role that they are in. Okay, next step would be conduct market research on local wage benchmarks, compare this with what global talents are getting. Clearly define job roles and expectations. Do not hire an entire multimedia team hidden as a graphic designer. Sometimes there's like graphic designer, but needs to know video editing, needs to know Canva, needs to know animation, okay? So don't hire an entire team hidden in one person. Offer benefits or perks that are relevant to the local needs. In our cases, when I did interviews for a car company that I worked for in the past, I would always ask the applicants, how do you define success? So the answers would be very different. Sometimes they would say, success for me is if I can see my family every day, if they are living well, if they're doing well. Others would answer, success is if I can earn a better paycheck. Sometimes would say, some people would say, success is if I can step up the ladder in the company and grow my position. And none of these answers are inherently right or wrong. It just shows what kind of motivation they need. So someone wants to see their family more, maybe you can offer them a few more leave credits. Someone wants to earn a bit more compensation, maybe you can provide KPIs or target metrics to meet that they can get a bonus. Someone wants to grow in the company, maybe you can assess whether he or she has the potential to grow in the business. Provide them opportunities that way. Again, career growth opportunities, not just in terms of changing positions, but growing them in terms of their skill set. As at the moment, you know, AI is growing like every month. There's something new in the AI field, and if you don't train your employees, they would really be left behind in terms of that. And again, maybe quarterly, maybe every 6 months, review your practice for alignment with the ethical standards or the current compensation that people should be getting. So yeah, most of this talk was addressed towards the people that are hiring or business owners. And we also need to remember the reason why they can get away with that is because we allow them to. We accept the rates that they are offering us. The truth is, it's not only the employers that needs to be ethical and fair, but also the employees. A lot of times, people are having multiple clients without the employer knowing. A lot of times, many of us might be working with different companies at the same time. So be sure if you want to have a fair and equitable workplace that you are doing the same to your own employees that you have. So this is the topic that I usually go around with in the Philippines. I finished it in March already in one of the cities, and I'll be talking it in different cities as well. So yeah, in the end, ethical hiring isn't a tactic, it's a mindset. It's the willingness to see the potential not just in familiar accents or familiar time zones, but in places that might not show up on your LinkedIn feed every day. Talent lives everywhere. Might that be in Kathmandu, might that be in Manila or Nepal, Jakarta. It doesn't need to be a postcode in Silicon Valley. So the next time you open the hiring dashboard and scroll through another spreadsheet, take a pause. Every line you skim through is a person, a story, a voice hoping not just for a fair paycheck, but for dignity. A shot at the chance of being seen to do what matters and to be treated like they matter as well. And for those of you on the other side, sending applications, sitting through interviews, wondering if they're too far away from a good opportunity or too bad at what they're doing, or not quite the right fit, please know this. You're not just filling a role. You are the value, you bring the edge, and you don't need to shrink your experiences to fit someone else's bullet points. You're not asking for charity. We're definitely not asking for charity here. You're offering excellence, and it's okay to expect fairness in return. To want opportunity, not just outsourcing, to want respect and not just recruitment. If even one of you here leaves hiring people more ethically, more consciously, and providing them better value, then this talk will have served its purpose. If just one of you looking for a job is putting more worth and value in themselves as well, then I would say that this talk has done its job. Thank you very much.
The floor is open for questions.
Questions? No questions? Huh? Okay.
So I was wondering, for the workers who are getting kind of exploited by these unethical companies, what do you think is a good resource to call out these unethical companies and to kind of, I guess, name and shame them into changing their ways? Do you think companies like Glassdoor are a good resource to kind of share that information publicly so that maybe more people from those emerging markets are aware of these like perpetrators of exploiting, you know, laws and low wages and unfair work hours, etc.?
Yeah, so I would say Glassdoor is a bit more Western-centric, but I would say if you are working for a Western company and they do have a Glassdoor profile, I would really recommend you leaving a very transparent and also honest comment about the company, because while they might not pay you fairly, there might be other upsides to the company. So leave a balanced review. Let people know that this is the compensation that you are getting, or this is the treatment that you are getting, and that would be a good first step. Now, in terms of the long term of this, of naming and shaming companies that do not treat people fairly, I don't know if we would ever get to a point to have a list like that, because in return, companies might ask for a list of employees that are not that great either. So.
Yeah. Hello, this is Jagat Tuladar. So Currently, what is trending right now is many of the companies are trying to.
Sorry, I can't really hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, am I audible right now? Hello.
Mm-hmm.
So what's trending right now in the many of the tech field right now is many of the companies are not disclosing the salaries themselves. Like they are trying to hide it themselves, and it's, I believe, in the Western it's visible to Glassdoors and other sites, but in Nepal and other countries, I have seen that the data is not accessible so easily. So we go through third parties, companies, they try to figure out what's the reasonable salaries and all those things for the levels and everything. And the exploitation is happening. The Glassdoor, I believe the philosophy of Glassdoor is people who have already joined the company to disclose the salary itself. But what's the incentive behind that? That's a good question being asking around in the community. Many of the community initiatives has been done in order for those kind of metrics or numbers to be displayed out. So what is the source of truth we can go through, like where can these numbers be really available for us to be, even the employees to be negotiate with us, and we provide them, we say we have a better cultures and everything, and giving these numbers is also like, is there any like good source of place we can see?
Right, so the way I understand the question is like if there's like a resource or a place where we can find more information. Is it something like that? Okay. So this is a topic that I have just recently started researching on, and this is something that I've noticed fairly recently. And I would say that the tech community, especially for us, at least in the Philippines, we are very good at self-moderating ourselves. What that means, if there are companies that are treating you badly, it usually goes around very quickly. And I don't think that we should really name and shame companies unless they are doing something really bad to the employees. I would say your own community here needs to self-moderate. Like you can pass around the information to another person. Hey, this is the experience that I have had. Take note of this. Should you join this or that company? I don't think we should reach a point to have like a ban list unless there's something really absurd involved. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it for the questions now. Thank you, George. I think it was the kind of talk where we can all get some value from. Knowing our value and growing every day in this space is very important, as stated by George. Now we have a token of love for George. Thank you. Also, don't forget to post your photos with the photos for the photo contest with the hashtag WPNP. Thank you. Now the short break has started, and we will be having sessions. Then move on and